बोल सकते हैं लेकिन सेम पूरा आ नहीं रहा है।
ये बड़ा डिफिकल्ट है मेरे लिए, मैं तो ट्रेनर में तो भाई बीच में जाना पड़ेगा। Okay, you have introduced? हो गया? Shift once. Okay? Just now you have to shift right words and introduce to the second person. Okay? Okay. One round is over. Now second round starts. Now you have to basically introduce to the person next to the person. Okay? Shift one step right side. Okay? Or left side, whichever is convenient to you. But at least introduce yourself to 3 people. तो यहीं यहीं पे हो रही, वहां पे क्या हो रहा है? हो गया? सबसे मिलिए। Okay, settle down. Thank you. All right. So you met how many people? How many people you met? 5? You remember all of them? Okay. Recall one. You can recall one? Yash, you can recall Yash. Yes. Back there. You can recall anyone? Made a new friend? Okay. So this is what you have to do. Continue doing it in the tea breaks, okay, in the lunch breaks, in the dinner when you are. So the best form of learning is peer learning. Okay. So you are here not to only learn from the people who will be on stage. You are here to learn from your peers. Okay. Please remember to interact. You may somewhere in this hall, you may have a co-founder with whom you can create $1 billion startup. You just have to like be open to this possibility. Okay. So you may have a friend who can be your friend for life, who can guide you, or maybe a person you are struggling with something in your brain about an idea or about a problem, but someone with that skill, with a different skill, who can complement you, and you can create a team for the SIH, which is coming up, Smart India Hackathon. So you never know what is in store for you. So please be open to this possibility that beyond our colleges, beyond our immediate friend circles with whom we have come here, there is a lot of opportunity here to learn. Okay, so please do that. Okay, now let me ask you a few questions. What is this? Can anyone answer this? Yes. Just a philosopher is here. Okay, a big round of applause. But that's not the answer I was looking for. Yes. That's a one word. What is this? Anyone? Narrow view. Okay. Focus. Someone else? Clutter. Tunnel vision. Okay, that's two words. Yeah. Darkness. Someone said darkness. Give a big round of applause. That's darkness. Okay. Which is correct? The yolk of egg are white or the yolk of the egg is white. Which is correct? Second one is correct. Oh, you finally got it. Okay. Have you seen a white egg yolk? No. So it's yellow. Good. If you have it, you want to share it. And if you share it, you don't have it. Knowledge. Okay. That's a very narrow view. Secret. Wonderful. All right. Yes. Someone from there. Experience. Shadow. No. Success. Footsteps. Very good. Last. Yes. Got it right in the first. Okay. So we have had some riddles. We have known each other. How are you feeling now? So some different feelings from just say 10 minutes before. So how many of you are feeling excited and curious? Okay. Happy? Not many. I can see that. Okay. Irrelevant. And this is all nothing new. This is we have been since childhood days. People have been talking about all of these things. Riddles. Sorry, sir. Okay. Nothing new. But if you uh, look at this, when we were having this exercise, not all of you participated. There were many people who were just like sitting. There was something which was holding them back. Okay. And what can that be? The fear of being wrong, social anxiety. Maybe people may feel that okay, I have given a wrong answer, me and wrong answer. Okay. Hesitation, yeah, shyness, pride. I know this all stuff, and this is all below me. Yes. What else? Fear of judgment. Others may judge me. Okay, I'm giving wrong answers. People may judge me. I was supposed to be right. Okay. This is all for others. I'm above all of this. Yes. There can be many reasons among these. Okay, the time may be less. Someone like may not have thought about these things. Just did not try. And that's actually the thing which we have to start with. Because an entrepreneur, you are here to actually learn how entrepreneurship takes place. You are here to learn how entrepreneurs do things. And actually, these are some of the things which entrepreneurs overcome. So when we talk about this term, see, entrepreneurial mindset or entrepreneurship. So what is the thing which comes to your mind? Problem solving. ये किसी ने रटवा के नहीं भेजा है. Okay. Leader. Creative. Okay. Money. Unique. Mindset. Someone said mindset is a very, very nice thing you have said, but what do we mean by mindset here? Risk taking ability. Okay. Right attitude. Innovation. So again, the loaded terms are coming back, है ना? सुबह से चल रहा है innovation, bootcamp, है ना? फिर वही वापस आ रहा है. लेकिन ये है क्या? What is this mindset actually? Entrepreneurship is about mindset. People talk about ये riddles है ये भी, है ना? Elon Musk has a mindset of solving problems. अब there are 2-3 keywords here, है ना? Aim to become. In fact, if you look at this, when we talk about entrepreneurship, it's not only about the idea. Please understand this. Many of us may have come here with some ideas in mind, and I can give you million examples here. When people, okay, you know Flipkart. All of you know, and anyone here that does not know Flipkart. It will be scary for me. I don't know. So all of you know Flipkart. You know the founder Sachin Bansal. Not many people know, but okay, some of you know that. Was Flipkart his first venture? Okay. How many times or how many startups he had founded before Flipkart? It's a difficult question, but let us take a guess. Yes? 5. Someone else was saying something else. 3. Okay, then conservative or 3. 49. Oh. Okay, this is basically out of this roof. But 7. You got very close, 9, 10. So it was around 13 startups. And some of them might have gone like we're not taken past the idea stage or something like that. So we're not counting those. So the things that he actually did before actually founding Flipkart. And they were all real ventures when they founded. So you're around 13, which is the closest number. So you can imagine that he failed 13 times to create something successful. And if this fear of failure, or the second fear of failure is that if it's stopping you from doing something, then you have to basically first overcome this fear. Now I can see a lot of people giving answers, a lot of people just laying back, not participating in that manner. Okay, this is what an entrepreneurial mindset actually reverses. An entrepreneurial mindset looks for actually things broadly, being open, being curious about things, and sometimes making bold decisions, bold actions, also taking action. Maybe what if I'm wrong? Kya hoga? So this fear of failure we have to basically get rid of. And in fact, I would advise all of you for the next 4-5 days, since till the time you are here, just for the time being, suspend this fear of failure. What maximum will happen? What maximum will happen? Okay, that you will not become an entrepreneur. You're already not an entrepreneur. Okay, so nothing bad will happen. So, and lot of good things can happen if you try. So you have to just be open to this possibility and challenge each other. Challenge each other on this. That's what entrepreneurial mindset is about. So it's about, and remember one thing, entrepreneurial mindset is about the entrepreneur. Okay, so Sachin Bansal or Vinny Bansal, they had multiple ideas. So ideas kept on changing, but it was they who actually persisted enough, learned on the way. Okay, So it might be that you started today a venture, in the next 5 days you pitch that venture, but after 1 month you may end up actually just getting rid of that idea. It was not working, but you have these principles with you. You have this knowledge from the bootcamp with you. You have all of this ingredients. You can again make the recipe. Okay, you can again try these ingredients here and there, and you can again create a startup. So entrepreneurship is about you. So entrepreneurship is a function of the entrepreneur. So engineers here, entrepreneurship is equal to F entrepreneur. So it's a function of the entrepreneur. So how the entrepreneur develops the boldness. A lot of entrepreneurs may be introverts. It's not that everyone has to be an extrovert to become an entrepreneur. They may be studious, or someone may be very outgoing. So it is a personality of the entrepreneur which actually molds, and we keep on changing, we keep on adding. So what you were in the morning before the session, you are something different after this session. You got something in your brain. Obviously, we try to shut it out also sometimes, but usually something gets into it, so we are better off. And that with this attitude, we will move ahead. So please remember this: that entrepreneurship is about perceiving opportunities when others do not see opportunities. Okay, you may face a problem. I'll give you one example. I'll give you one. Okay, you just I'll share a story. You identify whose story is this. Okay, you have to identify the name. You can. I don't. I know you can. There was this guy who was working in Microsoft at the time in Bangalore, and every time he used to book a cab, he would book a taxi and an auto and something, and he would agree that he would pay say X number of rupees for his trip, and when he ended up there, the taxi driver would always ask, okay, you have to give me say 20 rupees extra because you asked me to take this turn, and because I take a longer route and all those things. So every time it was happening again and again, and I think a lot of you might have experienced the similar things. So he got frustrated after a while, and every time the taxi driver would ask for a different amount of money. And once it happened, he was going from a place called Bandipur near Bangalore. So he booked a taxi, and the drivers again he had an argument with the driver that okay, he wanted more money, and the driver left him on in between. He said, "Just get out of my car, get out of my." And so he was stranded there. He waited for, like, he called his friends and all those things. He waited for 2 hours there, and then he started solving that problem. And he took some steps, and he ended up creating an enterprise startup. What's the name of the founder? Bhavesh Agarwal. So this is basically what I'm talking about. All of us face problems. All of us encounter things, but we take those who take action, and those who take these negative experiences of life and convert them into something positive for them. These are the people who create value, who come up with new ideas, who come up with and organize resources around that. That is entrepreneurship. Okay, so entrepreneurship is a process actually of starting and running one's own business by creating value, and this value is not only for us; it's value for the society. Okay, and a lot of these things have been talked about in the first novel session as well. That we have to look at creating value for society beyond ourselves also. So entrepreneurship is a function of the entrepreneur. Now, do you have any reasons not to become an entrepreneur? Investment problem. Okay. Now, since morning people have been talking about it, there's a lot of money in startup infrastructure. In fact, if someone would say to me, what is the right time to become an entrepreneur? My answer will be that right now, because uh, I have been in this entrepreneurship ecosystem for some time now, and believe me, it has not been. It is the best time today to start a venture. No matter you are a school kid, you are a college kid, you are 50 years old. Age is not a bar. The only I have never seen such kind of money coming in the sector, such kind of encouragement. And in fact, the government is telling us, please try and fail for the first time. Okay, this has happened for the first time in the history of India. That we since when we were very small, we have been told that you should not fail. You should not fail. You should always pass with flying colors and all those things. But right now, Atal Tinkering Labs had gone into schools. Okay, they are saying, please experiment, please fail. And failure is a good thing. Failure is a good thing only if you learn from it. And fail forward. Right? Fail fast. So that time is of essence. Fail fast, build something onto that failure. And this is the right time to have. And when you say investment, believe me, it is not a problem. It is not a problem. There are people outside actually holding their stalls. Just go and talk to them. You will find that there are so many opportunities out there for getting investment, for getting prototype money, for a lot of other things. Incubation centers are there in colleges. Integral has a wonderful incubation facility. They are promoting, it is only the people who are willing to take this opportunity. They are looking for the right people, that's all. The right attitude. And if you have the right attitude, believe me, the world is trying to actually make you an entrepreneur. It's this time, for the first time in India, it's happening. Okay, everyone is trying hard to make you an entrepreneur. So it is only you who have to decide to become an entrepreneur. Okay, now let us do one activity here before we move to the next part. Now we will do this very briefly. Okay, it's a very small activity. Just take a pen and a paper. Now, how many of you have come here with some idea or some problem in their mind? Okay. Now, these problems or these ideas which you have come up, were they actually given to you, or SIH problems, or you have come up on your own, on your own? On your own. Okay. Very good. So, for the rest of us, especially for the rest of us, but for others also, we will do what a very simple activity, because you can only become an entrepreneur if that problem which you are trying to solve is related to your passion. It's something which you are passionate about. It's something which relates to you. Okay. So maybe I would love to solve the problem of say blindness in this world. But unfortunately, I don't have the skills to do it. Okay, I may love to do it, but I'm not an ophthalmologist. I'm even not a biomedical engineer, so I can create something of that sort. So something we can only solve, or we can create an enterprise around, if that has some relation to what we know and whom we know. I may still become an entrepreneur and solve this problem of blindness if I have people who are, say, my friend is an ophthalmologist and my friend is a biomedical engineer with whom I can partner. So we have to basically think about things around us as our resources and connect it to our passion. So if we are able to do that, that's the first step of an entrepreneur. You take any entrepreneur in the world, they will always, you will find that they start with something which is very passionate, they are very passionate about, or the problem they have faced. Like, for example, Bhavesh Agarwal, he was very passionate about solving this problem. So they start with something which they feel very strongly about, and then they start looking around them for resources. Now, resources do not always mean money. Resources can be anyone. Resource may be sitting just next to you. Resource may be someone sitting at the back who basically have some, you want to start a, say, a beautiful graphic design experience in this room. That's the resource. Okay, so just for next 3 minutes, what we are going to do, it's a very small activity which we are going to do. Just look at these 4 columns. Okay, who am I? What do I know? What do I know second? And who do I know? Okay, these are the 4 things you need to basically think about. First, who am I? What are my values? What do I like? How am I? What kind of a person I am? Second is, what do I know? Make, and that part, your basically technical skills, your hard skills. You may be you may be very good at drawing. You may be a programmer. You may be something else. Okay, we all have some skill or the other. Third can be your more soft skills. And finally, the fourth one, who do I know? Not this who do I know, and so it's very difficult to do it right now in this time, because your friends are there, and your friends are there. Okay, an entrepreneur always keeps on increasing. Who do I know? Okay, they will keep on meeting people. They will keep on collecting these resources. So just do this for 3 minutes. Let us start. Think about this. Who am I? What do I know? And who do I know? Those who have come up with an idea, they also have to do it. Okay, it's not only for those who are like clueless. Everyone has to do it. Okay, done to an extent. Okay, this activity is not a one-time activity. Please understand this, because it keeps on changing. It keeps on changing. You keep on remembering things. On the other hand, the idea is not for you to identify your hobbies. Okay, so what is the difference between a hobby and a passion? It keeps on changing. Okay, yes, hobby is something which you do in your free time. And what is a passion? Doesn't let us sleep. Yes, even if we don't have time, we take our time for that. That is our passion. So the idea here is to actually explore and try to get to our passion. Because sometimes even we are not sure that can we combine this passion into something which we can pursue for life. Okay, so the idea here is to get started, to start thinking about what is our real passion and connect it with something with your resources around you. Maybe you are very good and you really like, say, you are a very good leader. That a skill, many times we think that it is not useful for us to start anything. But believe me, if you really identify some of the skills in this manner, you can always use them to create something of value in a team. And maybe you can partner with people who have different skills. And then you can combine those things together. And in fact, for all of you, this will be different. This activity. No two people can have the same like this, these 4 grades. Okay. And just imagine if you have 4 members in your team and you combine all of them together. You will combine a list of who am I, what do I know, and whom do you know. So how long the list will be. And so many options to actually to use this permutation and combination to create your enterprise. So the idea here is that you have to identify that sweet spot. Okay, what you are good at, what you love to do, and what the world needs and would pay you for. Okay, and that's what we will be coming to in the next sessions also. So if you can find the sweet spot, okay, that you are good at and what you love to do, and also people are willing to pay you for that, that's a wonderful thing. So that you can pursue, and that is what our endeavor should be. That we have to find that sweet spot for ourselves, and that is where our entrepreneurial journey will really be exciting, and we will not leave this journey in between. Okay, so many of us may start with some idea or something, but if that is not our passion, we end up giving it up. So that's what we have to look at. All right, let us come to this term which is being like talked about since morning, and in fact very wonderfully the Vice Chancellor Nadeem Saab was explaining about design thinking. He gave some wonderful examples. In fact, I was just sitting there thinking that okay, all the examples have been taken up by sir. What will I say? What will I discuss? But let us see if we can have something more in this. Now, we have been talking about why all of this is so important. Why design thinking is so important, and why design elements are so important, and all those things. But the real problem is not why. We all have understood the why. The real problem is how. How are we going to use these concepts to apply, and how we are going to use it to create our own products and services. That's what we are doing. So by this at the end of the session, you will try basically have some ideas about the principles and process of design thinking. And like I said, it's a process. You will also have some idea about what is empathy and what is the user-centered approach, and enhance your creative problem-solving skills to an extent. And then you will, in the next session, you will also try to frame and reframe the problems in different ways. Okay. Let us take a look at all of them. Do you know them? Okay. What is common among them? Hmm? What is common among them? They are all unicorns. Someone said they are all user centric. What do we mean by user centric here? Okay. Can you give the example? Let me go back to this slide. Okay. Take one and just explain how user centric. Okay. Solving real world customer problems. Okay. Yes. काश कुछ ऐसा होता तो ये इन्होंने उस प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व किया है. Yes, you are right. All of you are right. Obviously, they are unicorns. So जैसे सबने कहा they are unicorns and even them, they are all solving some problems. Okay. And what can we learn from them? Now let's take an example here. All of you remember COVID. Okay. Not as a good memory, obviously. But there was one company during this COVID which really changed the landscape of Indian digital payment systems. Which was it? Paytm. Among them. Yeah, Bharat Pay was also like, okay, it came later, but yes. And what did they do? Cashless transactions. How did they do it? Paytm सब लोगों ने यूज किया है. How you use Paytm? Commonly, most commonly. You scan. Okay. Now, do you remember before COVID doing that? Rarely. Do you think this QR code was new and it's a new technology which came during 2019, 18, 19, something like that? So what did Paytm do here? Recognized an opportunity, obviously, yes. Okay, they identify the pain point of the customer and they did that. Okay, very well said. Okay. Now, if Paytm can use an existing technology which was there lying with us for so many years and use it in a way, so we can also do the same thing. If they can do it, you can also do it. So it is not something which is out of the blue which Paytm did. The first thing is that you should have the confidence to understand this, that the technologies, the pieces of entrepreneurship or the pieces of great companies are lying in our environment, are everywhere. So what sir said, that Paytm used it, combined it in a way that solved a problem. And if they can do it, we can also do it. So first of all, we should have the confidence that we are all creative. And that is what Paytm did, was creativity. That's all. They creatively managed an existing piece of technology and combined it in such a way with their app and all the other things and some missing pieces of technology, not that very hi-fi technology, it was all very common technology. And they created value for some people. Okay. So that's what we should be confident about, that if they can do it, we can all do it, and we are also creative enough. Let us do one thing. Let us try this. And how we are going to try? Let us take a piece of paper Okay. In the next 3 minutes, let us quickly design a daily calendar. Okay. All of you have seen a daily calendar. Okay. सबके ऑफिस वगैरह में लगा होता है daily calendar. So just design a daily calendar for the person sitting next to you. Take a piece of paper and let us see how you can do it. Just take out a piece of paper and design a daily calendar for the person sitting next to you. Let us take 3 minutes for that. All of you are doing? Just shaking the head. That's not doing. Anyone who has completed? Okay, show it from there. For whom you have developed this? Okay, just ask him how much is he willing to pay for this. Okay, anyone else from this side? You have developed? Okay, you have created a. अच्छा, तो इनको जरा बेचिए बराबर में बैठे. How much is he willing to pay for this? हाँ, जिसके लिए बनाया है. Oh, you have created. Wow. Okay. Just show it to him. How much are you willing to pay for that? Yes. नहीं उन्हें उनसे पूछिए ना कितना देंगे. कुछ मिलेगा नहीं मिलेगा? यस, आपने बनाया बनाया था. किसके लिए? नहीं ले रहे, नाराज हो गए. It's not liking it. Okay. तो कुछ अभी फाइनल हुआ? कुछ डीलिंग कितने में? 2 रुपए 3 रुपए कितने मिले? 40 rupees. 20. Okay. Okay. Round of applause. Successfully managed to convince for some other thing. I'm sure not for the calendar. Okay. So that's the reality. Okay. Let me ask you this question. This is in front of you. All of you can see this. Both sides. What is written here? In the next 3 minutes, and that is what I was repeating again and again. Design a daily calendar for the person sitting next to you. How many of you, before designing, spoke to the person next to you? You spoke, but what did you spoke about? Oh, wonderful. You spoke. Is he willing to buy now? Still not willing to buy. Okay, no issue. I'm just kidding. Actually, this is the problem which the first stage of design thinking. Okay, and this is what Nadeem Saab was talking about when he was giving so many examples. Okay. Empathy. We start thinking, we start developing things without talking to people for whom we are developing things. We have something in our mind that we have to do and we jump on it. We have a bias towards action. That is a good thing. But we do not take into account the needs, the issues, the problems of the people who are actually going to use that product or service. Now, what Paytm did was not just actually using a technology like this, और उन्हें कोई workshop में नहीं आया ये idea. They went around and they start looking at people who are completely illiterate in our country, but they can still use. They are still using apps, and how they were using apps. There was the only thing they knew about doing using apps was actually small typing few things and just using their finger to touch on touch screens. That's all. Those were the users, and that was the limitation with which they start thinking about how can we make it easier for them to use or make digital payments. Because imagine a fruit seller on a roadside, and in the COVID, nobody is coming and touching actually anything. Nobody is giving the person any money. And that very simple thing, a sticker with a QR code, a touchless thing, but that is what actually helped the user. And this do not come as basically like someone epiphany or something like from God's send. You start observing people. You start looking at the problem. You talk to people. The people who are having problem, and that is what actually it is all too easy. Design thinking, very simple steps. The first step is empathy. Have empathy for others. It's all easier said than done. And believe me, this is the first and the foremost step of becoming an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur has real empathy for the people for whom they are solving the problem. And you cannot have an empathy and you cannot show that empathy unless you actually talk to the person. You actually observe that people in detail. I'll give you one example here, and it's a very interesting example, and I'll move to the next part of it. You know, when Nadeem Saab came and he talked about a company called IDE. Okay, and I'll just ask all of you to, when in your free time, just go and Google about IDE. IDE was one company which actually, through its practice, this term design thinking came. Okay, they were all using these things and they actually packaged it in the form of design thinking. So there was one company, and these people are consultants of big companies like Apple and all, who have very beautiful products nowadays. So it was way back, and this company, there was a toothbrush manufacturer, very famous, Oral-B. Oral-B, everyone knows about Oral-B, and Oral-B actually came to Tom Kelly, who was the founder. Tom and David Kelly, both brothers, the founders of IDE. So they came to him and said that we wanted you to design a toothbrush for kids, and a very beautiful toothbrush. And because we have been selling toothbrush for adults, now it's time that kids should also have, and it's just like some time back. Okay, they said, okay, let us go and observe kids. They said, what are you talking about? Observe kids? No, we're not talking about rocket science here. There's a big toothbrush, and there are kids. Just design a small toothbrush. Have some cartoon and these things printed on them. That's all. They said, okay, we understood what your point is, but let us go and observe a few kids. But okay, whatever you want. So what they did, they took some permission from the parents, and also they installed cameras in a few of the when the kids were actually using how they used to brush their teeth. Now, just imagine when you were a kid, how you used to brush your teeth, how you used to hold the toothbrush. Now, how you use a toothbrush? Like this. Yeah, different technique like this and the round one. Okay, how all of us hold toothbrush? Like this. Have you ever seen a kid, how the kid holds a toothbrush? Like this. Kids never hold toothbrush like hold toothbrush because we have dexterity in our hands, so we hold it like this. Kids hold it like this. This was the basic insight with which Tom Kelly designed a toothbrush for Oral-B, which was thick at the bottom, and which had the rubber grip for the kids, so that it does not slip from their hand and they do not hurt their teeth. Okay, that was the design. And nowadays you go to the market, that's the design you get. That's it's not a patent of Oral-B, but in that 1 year, they became the highest selling toothbrush ever. They captured the market like anything, and that was only a very basic insight. By observing, having empathy for the kid who were actually the users of that product. And that is what empathy is about. So you cannot have empathy unless you start observing and very keenly observing, not just seeing, but keenly observing the people who are having the problem and when they are having the problem. So companies today spend millions of dollars hiring consultants to do that. And we are giving this advice free of cost to you. Okay. And in fact, paying you to come here and all those things. All right. So that's the first principle of design thinking, empathy. Okay. So design thinking starts when you start focusing on the needs of the user. So, and how do you do that? You do that by basically going deeper into having curiosity about them, respectfully, optimistically, and being very naive about the problem in the initial phases. Do not have any judgments about how they are doing, how you have already people have been doing things. Just go afresh with a fresh mind and try to see when the problem happens, in which context it is happening, how people are trying to solve this problem right now. And the more friction they are facing, that is an opportunity for an entrepreneur. जितने steps हैं, 4 steps हैं, आप 2 में कर दोगे, $1 million enterprise बन जाएगी. It is all about reducing that friction for the user, and you will create an enterprise. That's the first step of design thinking, and that's so. Your mission should be that design something meaningful for your team member. So now, if you have to redesign that calendar, what will be the first step you will take? Ask. Okay, let us ask. What do they want in a daily calendar? First, ask. Observe it. Yes.
Plan accordingly.
Okay, now you have talked to the people, talked to the user, and now just rethink how would you redo this process. If now it has been asked that you again develop this calendar, how will you do it now? क्या मिला इस बार पूछने में? कुछ मिला? आपको मिला कुछ? What did you? He wants? इन्हें कैलेंडर नहीं चाहिए. ओके, मोटिवेशनल कोट चाहिए इनको. देखिए, ये इनकी रिक्वायरमेंट है. And you must have seen the calendars. उसमें मोटिवेशनल कोट्स भी होते हैं. Okay, so that's the requirement is there. So okay. उनको भी मिला तो पीछे. Yes. इवेंट्स का बताइए आज कौन-कौन से इवेंट्स हैं? Friday events और डेली हॉरोस्कोप. वो ये तो बहुत ही ओके. वंडरफुल. These requirements. Okay. और क्या चाहिए? कंसिस्टेंसी होनी चाहिए डिजाइन में. वर्क मैनेजमेंट, ओके, टू डू लिस्ट या इस तरह की कोई चीज होनी चाहिए, ग्रेट. So see the insights you are getting. अब just imagine, reimagine the process which you have done. बहुत simple है, asking the people and trying to basically create things which actually solve their problem, because you're not developing that calendar for yourself, you're developing for someone else. So as an entrepreneur, you will always develop for someone else. Obviously you may end up doing yourself also. Okay, so how do you do that? The first and foremost thing is find out the emotions and the implicit reasons why people are doing things. क्या फील करते हैं, इमोशन क्या, किस चीज से फ्रस्ट्रेट होते हैं, किस चीज से खुशी मिलती है, एंड दैट इज हाउ डीप यू हैव टू गेट. दैट इज व्हाट एम्पैथी इज. एम्पैथी का मतलब रियल में ये नहीं है कि किसी के जूते उतार के उसमें चलना शुरू कर दें, वॉक इनटू अदर पर्सन शूज. इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट. Okay, how do you actually do it? You really observe that people, you really talk to them. Why are you doing this? What is the issue? You're really curious like a kid and honest with this process. अब यहां पे अगर डिसऑनेस्टी होती है इस प्रोसेस में, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड दिस पॉइंट वेरी वेरी क्लियरली. ये आपका बेसिक स्टार्टिंग लाइन है. अगर यहां पे यू स्टार्ट डिसऑनेस्टली और यू डू अ शैबी जॉब, मतलब इसको आपने पूरी ऑनेस्टी से इस प्रोसेस को नहीं किया यहां पे. सो बिलीव मी, जितने भी आप स्टेप्स आगे लेंगे, आप लीन कैनवस बना लेंगे, बिजनेस मॉडल, बिजनेस प्रेजेंटेशन बहुत अच्छा बना देंगे, ऐप बना देंगे, इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू बी सक्सेसफुल. दिस इज द बेस. यहां से सब स्टार्ट होगा. और जितना इस प्रोसेस को बार बार करेंगे, बिकॉज पीपल्स नीड्स चेंज, समटाइम्स योर ऑब्जर्वेशंस आल्सो चेंज, यू गेट न्यू इनसाइट्स बाय ऑब्जर्विंग पीपल विल गिव यू न्यू आंसर्स, एंड फ्रॉम देयर यू कैन ड्रॉ. सो जितना इस प्रोसेस को ऑनेस्टली करेंगे, उतना ही आपका बेस स्ट्रांग होगा, एंड दैट इज द बेसिस of design thinking. And you basically keep on asking why, and then you end up doing this. And once you do this, you focus on the needs and you move to the second stage of design thinking, which is called define. अब आपने real problem define करी. So what is basically the definition? What is basically the problem which the person is trying? For example, in this case, the person needs a balanced schedule, like you said, that maximizes productivity while ensuring personal times and breaks and all those things. So now you have redefined what the person needs. So that's what you need to do. So first is empathy, second is define, not the other way around. What we usually do is that we define first and move into the process. First have empathy, then define the problem, and then you ideate. And that's the most fun part. That's the most fun part. To get the best ideas, you need to have a lot of ideas. So do you believe that this idea of a QR code came to Paytm just like that? They must have iterated say 1,000 times before coming up with such a simple solution. And you know, such a powerful solution, but so simple. एक स्टिकर है सब जगह पे, और वो इस तरह से आपने कहीं पे भी स्टिकर लगा दिया, and that is connecting to your app, and that is how you are paying. Such a simple solution, but such a powerful one. पूरे इंडिया को डिजिटलाइज कर दिया solution. So to do that, you have to have a lot of ideas. You have to try a lot of ideas, and there are a lot of ways of doing it. And one of the way is brainstorming. नाम सुना है? क्या होता है brainstorming? बातें करते हैं सब बैठ के brainstorming में. क्या? वाओ, मुझे समझ में नहीं आया, फिर समझाइए थोड़ा सा. Very good, very good. So at least it's trying, making it. Yeah. All the aspects. So थोड़ा सा एनालिटिकल वे में समझाया उन्होंने. और क्या होता है? I'm a bit again, but this is basically very high level stuff. सर बहुत टेक्निकल हो रहा है, मतलब you have actually nailed exactly the process. This is exactly what brainstorming is. But प्रॉब्लम हमने आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया, ठीक है. ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग को बस ऐसे समझना है, गैदरिंग द मैक्सिमम नंबर ऑफ आइडियाज. ओके, एंड डू नॉट लाइक व्हाट सर सेड, डू नॉट लेट any idea go in vain. First of all, it's all about quantity. इतने मैक्सिमम आइडियाज हैं, हम एक ग्रुप में बैठेंगे, always two minds are better than one, so have a group of people and discuss how can we solve this problem and collect as many ideas as possible from that, and that's why it's called ideation. Okay, from there you will actually, अभी सिर्फ और सिर्फ क्वांटिटी चाहिए. 10 हो रहे हैं, 20 करो आइडियाज, 20 हो रहे हैं, 30 सॉल्यूशन सोचो, and from there actually you will narrow down. So first is ideation, and ideation has lot of ways in which you can improvise on this. Let me show you a video. It's a very interesting video which gives us insight about how can we ideate and actually create new ideas around existing products and services and create more ideas. So that's a methodology which Vadhwani Foundation actually teaches. It's called Disrupt. Okay.
How to ideate and come up with great ideas and convert them into winning companies. Hi, I'm Amara. I love to draw, paint, sketch, design. Anything to do with creativity, art, design, usability. And I love good fashion and style.
Hi, I'm Arvind. I love robotics and science and technology and everything related to it.
Hi, I'm Jamal. I love to make things happen. I can put 2 and 2 together and make it into 5, maybe 10.
An idea can change your life. An idea can disrupt an entire industry. Does this seem true? Let us look at some examples. Look at Uber. It is the world's largest taxi company, but it owns no vehicles. Facebook is the world's most valuable media owner, and it creates no content. And Alibaba is the most valuable retailer, and it carries no inventory.
Wow.
Yes, wow. Each of these ideas was disruptive. It changed that business and that industry.
Yes, but how did this happen? Can we do it? We need a way of thinking that can help in generating ideas.
But how do you come up with ideas like this? How do you come up with another Uber, another Facebook?
And not just any ideas, but business ideas from which a business opportunity can emerge and companies formed.
And we have just that, a new way that will help you generate ideas. Disrupt is a new way of thinking and generating ideas. Disrupt is an acronym for various triggers you can use for generating ideas. The first trigger is derive, from D. Then I is for include. S is for separate. R stands for repurpose. U means unite.
P is for personalize.
And last but not least, T is for transplant. So let's talk about the first trigger, derive. Derive sounds all technical and complex, but it's not. It means to base a concept on another concept by either extending the original idea or modifying it. In other words, simply take an existing product or service and derive something else from it. Igloos are built from packed snow and have been used by the indigenous people in Arctic areas as homes. In Finland, Paxlutinen Arctic Resort got an idea to use igloos as hotel rooms with an intent to give a unique experience for its guests. Now its glass-topped igloos are world famous. I, include. The dictionary defines include as making someone or something a part of something. But in terms of ideas, it implies that you add something new to an existing business or process to add value and make it different. For many years, electric cars like Riva and Think were not able to become popular. All Tesla did was include a sporty look and a bigger battery and launch an electric car, far more expensive than existing electric cars. But it worked. The sporty look and the bigger battery made it a rage. S. Separate. Separate means to remove the connection between any two or more people or things. Simply think of a product and take out something from it and develop and focus on that. Make that single feature the main idea or the hero of the new offering. Since images and videos were really popular on Facebook, Pinterest was launched, which focused only on sharing images. In the same way, Snapchat became a success as a platform for sharing photos and videos. R. Repurpose. Repurpose means to change something in a product or service so that it can be used for a different purpose. Use an idea in a completely new area or application. For example, Botox is a drug that was used medically to treat certain muscular conditions. But now, doctors and beauticians are using it to reduce the cosmetic appearance of wrinkles. Another example of repurpose is SlideShare. The founders wanted to make a YouTube for presentations, and so came up with the concept of SlideShare. Unite. Unite means to combine two products to create a new product. Look at Ouya. It has managed to carve a niche for itself in the highly competitive market for gaming consoles, dominated by Sony PlayStation, Microsoft Xbox, and Nintendo. Ouya has incorporated the Android operating system in its micro console and has a huge appeal among casual gamers. P. Personalize. If you design or produce something to meet someone's individual requirements, that is called personalizing the product. Orange County Choppers is a U.S. company which designs and manufactures unique custom motorcycles. These are then sold both within and outside of the U.S., and they are a well-known brand worldwide. T is transplant. Take an idea that works in one place and introduce it in another place, which can be a country or a customer segment. Think of AirAsia. They were able to learn from the successes of Ryanair and EasyJet, both successful European low-cost airlines, and replicate their model in Southeast Asia. Now, AirAsia is among the most successful low-cost carriers in the world. In the same way, Amazon was transplanted in India as Flipkart, and Uber was transplanted as Didi Taxi in China. When using disrupt, use it with deliberation, and keep in mind that new ideas can also come by combining some or all of these 7 triggers.
Does having an idea mean you can jump right into it, and will it turn into something big?
No, ideas are not the same as opportunities. You may have many ideas, but you should only pursue those which are opportunities. An idea is the seed of a successful product or service. Without proper care and maintenance, it won't bloom. But an opportunity is when there are favorable weather conditions, good soil, and excellent water resources to germinate the seed.
Yes, I agree. Ideas are plenty, but success is when you can turn them into opportunities that can make a difference.
From opportunities are born companies.
How do we convert an idea into a winning company?
That's not a small story. That's a journey, and that is exactly what you will learn in this program. In the next few lessons.
Okay. So you got basically, this is basically a kind of a analytical tool which Vadhwani Foundation uses to help you create more ideas. Okay. And like it said in the end, that ideas are not opportunities. So you may have a lot of ideas, but you cannot pursue all those ideas. So what should we pursue? We basically pursue the things which actually can be taken as opportunities. So when you combine these things together or you use disrupt as a tool to have more ideas, you narrow down on certain most promising ones. And how do you basically uh, uh, narrow down on the promising ones? How can you do that? बहुत सारे आइडियाज आ गए आपके पास, आप क्या करेंगे? एलिमिनेट, स्क्रीन, फीजिबिलिटी चेक करेंगे कि क्या आप कर सकते हैं क्या नहीं कर सकते. ठीक है. मोस्ट रेलेवेंट, और रेलेवेंट कैसे पता लगेगा? कस्टमर सेगमेंट से पता लगेगा. वेरी गुड. वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट थिंग्स व्हिच आर गोइंग टू कम इन दी. ओके, सो वायबल कौन सा होगा? सो टॉकिंग अबाउट व्हाट विल बी फीजिबल. Feasible in the sense that we can do it. Viable, it makes a good business opportunity. And ये कौन बताएगा? अभी इतनी देर से बात हो रही है. यूजर, तो यूजर के पास दोबारा जाएंगे पूछने के लिए इसमें से कौन सा अच्छा लग रहा है. ओके, और in that also, because we will continuously talk to users, please understand this process of design thinking never happens in a closed room. ये हमारे मतलब एक वर्कशॉप में नहीं होगा. You have to continuously talk to customers whether this will work or not, whether it will really solve their problem. Okay, and then you basically prototype, and then you move on to, still the customers may not be sure whether they will pay for it or not. And then you move to this stage, which is called prototyping. So first what you did, you empathize, then you define, then you ideate, and then you prototype. And you start prototyping, you building kind of the physical manifestations, physical models of that idea. That may be a product and it may be a service. It may be something else. We'll talk about how can we develop prototypes for service also when the session comes. So you develop the prototype, build fast, fail fast. Okay, and sometimes you have to develop multiple prototypes. And then what we do with prototypes? Test them. So we basically test them. And how do we test them? Giving it to the consumers, again going back to the customers, going back to the customer segments, going and talking to them, showing them. Okay, and sometimes even asking them, कितने पैसे दोगे? अभी पूछा था ना आपने, for how much you will buy this. So you get an idea about the market as well, whether इसकी market है या नहीं है, whether people are willing to pay for it or not. Okay, so that's what you do, and that is basically a process through which you go, and that is what design thinking process. So it has these stages. Starts with empathy, then define, ideate, prototype, and test. So these are the stages of design thinking. Now, if I would have asked you again, how would you would have done differently? So this calendar exercise you would have done differently. You would have first, what you would have done? Empathize. And how do you empathize? Maybe observing. Survey. Okay, can survey be used? Yes. Gathering information about the user. Yeah, we will come to that. Having a persona, and for persona also you will have to gather a lot of data. And that data can be like observation, maybe asking them through questionnaires, interviewing them, and doing all those sort of things. And then basically defining what they actually want. And after that, ideate, thinking about how can you basically solve what they want. And then showing it to them, prototyping, making versions of those things, and then basically finally launching it, basically testing it with them. So that's how you basically This is the process of design thinking. So is the process clear? Can you do it now? Yes or no? Is it so difficult? Is it difficult? No. It's only a mindset. It's only a mindset that we have to basically have a positive mindset about. First, the people, we have to keep them at the center. User at the center. That is where we have to start. And if you keep the user at the center, you can follow this cycle again and again. So, and design thinking, like I said, it's more than a methodology. It's a way of life. It's a way of life. So many entrepreneurs, they do not know that they're using design thinking. Sachin Bansal was not aware that maybe in the first 13 startups, he followed these 2 steps in between and not the empathize one. Maybe in the end, he decided, okay, let us prototype first before launching the full version. And then maybe ended up following the whole cycle somewhere and creating Flipkart. That's the part which we need to take home. Okay. So with this, basically, we come to an end of this session. Any doubts, any clarifications related to this process of design thinking? Any questions? Because after this session, we are going to have a small break and then we will meet again for the problem identification. And for those who have not still identified, and even for those who have identified the problem, maybe they will have to just test that how have they approached the problem till now. Okay, you have to revisit that how we are approaching this problem. Okay then. So as you walk out of this door, please remember this process. Okay, keep this in mind when you meet over tea with your friends. Okay, discuss about how will you empathize with the users. Okay, talk to them about this. And with this discussion, yes, you have a question. Yeah, there is a dedicated session on MVP on 3rd day. Okay, when we come to that, prototyping and MVP. So there are a lot of ways in which non-tech startups, like even you are a service company, how can you prototype and how can you show it to there are ways. In fact, I would just give you one example here. There is a small girl, 4-year-old, 4th class girl, showing a prototype downstairs. Okay, have you seen that? Okay, just see how she is showing it. That's also a prototype. Getting the answer? There are a lot of ways in which you have to basically show it to the users where user can visualize things. And there's a difference between a prototype and an MVP. So we'll talk about that in the 3rd session, when 3rd day we will. Okay? Yeah.
So in the brainstorming part, we told that we have to narrow down to the idea state. We have to shortlist them. So instead of shortlisting, can we use them as a feature in a function?
Yeah, you're right. What I said was that in brainstorming, the first stage is not shortlisting. The first stage is generating ideas, generating as many ideas as possible, and do not ridiculing any idea. Even if some idea is a very moonshot idea, बिल्कुल ऐसा है over the moon, आपको लग रहा है आप बना ही नहीं पाओगे, लेकिन उसको भी आप डिस्कार्ड नहीं करोगे. उसको सबको लिखना है ना, सबको रेस्पेक्ट देनी है सारे आइडियाज को. And then you can obviously make features and all. When you will come to your product design, you can use them as features and all those things. But please remember one thing, that as a startup, you always have limited resources. Okay, so when we talk about MVP and we will talk about prototyping, we will talk about that what features to include, what features not to include. Because if adding one feature into your any kind of product or service means cost. So how much can you afford and what you should do in that case. So maybe at the end, right now what you see as the website of Airbnb is not what they started with. They started as a Facebook page. Okay, and right now they don't have the payment integration at that time. But that was not required at that time. to actually convey the value. And later they added it. So brainstorming, आप जो brainstorming session के notes होंगे उसको फेंकना नहीं कभी भी, है ना? वो तो बड़ा it's a gold mine for you. So you may end up doing something at the maybe in the second phase, third phase, or that. Right.
Hello, sir. I have to say something. See, about you have been talking about the design thinking, I would say is a kind of non-linear process. See, where we are, it's kind of an iterative method where we are going to redefine the problems number of times till we get the right product in our hands, where we are having the number of stages. So I am just sharing, I am not asking any question that I am the speaker on design thinking since a long time, and I am the presently working as a director of my incubation center, where a number of startups are working under my incubation program. So this type of design thinking process has been very widely used in United States of America hospitals. See this, like I'm giving you the example where the kids are afraid of going into the very heavy MRI scans. So American hospitals have widely worked with design thinking process, and that is successfully implemented. So they have developed, some new kinds of MRI scans machines where the kids were afraid of going into that. By empathizing with the end users, conducting research and survey in order to gather the information of your end user, so that you are going to have the right proof of concept. So where you are going to validate your idea. So thank you very much for your nice discussion with us.
So thank you very much, sir, for pointing this out. Very wonderfully, sir is already a resource person. I think now you also have a resource in between you. Okay, so please make use of sir's knowledge. Yeah.
One of my students, actually I'm a teacher educator. So one of my students is preparing for the competitive exam. So last year, there was a thesis under me on for designing a model for competitive examination through design thinking. So a thesis was there where through design thinking model, the student has developed how one can crack the competitive exams.
Wonderful. So you have so many resources on design thinking here. Yes.
You talked about empathy, but what about the case where user himself or herself doesn't know what he wants?
In that case, the most powerful one is observation. So for example, I'll give you one example here. There's a company, a mobile company. It was trying to develop a mobile phone for elders, and what was happening is that they were trying to basically ask them and interview a lot of elders, what do they want, and most of the time they would say that we want simplicity, we want and they were not getting actually, and sometimes they would try out different things with them, give them different prototypes, but it was not clicking. Then what they did, they started installing cameras, and just with the permission, when the elders were using actually the mobile phones, and from there they started realizing that a lot of elders have their eyesight is weak. Okay, so and usually the dexterity of the hand also, and I'm talking about really old people, I'm not talking about like, so dexterity of the hand also goes down, so they are holding things differently, and they realized that they were holding the mobile phones in like in a very crude manner, not like this, like which we hold, and they would hold like this, and they would, a lot of the time they would cover the speaker as well. Okay, and they would think that there is a problem with the system or something like that. And with these kind of observations, they started redeveloping and having bigger actually speakers in that, bigger mics, where even if they are covering with their hand, they could still hear those things, and have bigger buttons there. And though the company obviously is not a favorite company nowadays, Nokia, but they they did develop some wonderful mobile phones for the elders just because they observed very keenly. So in case, like for example, small kids, they will not be able to tell you what they want. You will have to observe them very closely. So for design thinking, for empathy, uh, only asking will not do. Observing and observing in the context. So it's very, very important that you observe them not in a laboratory setting. You know what is the difference between a laboratory setting and the real context? You observe them in the natural setting when they're having the problem. That's where you will get. And like what sir said, I'll just finish on that, that there are so many wonderful examples of design thinking. You just Google it, you will find so many wonderful resources. And it is being used in medical industry a lot. And there are some wonderful, wonderful products which have come out of design thinking. And like I initially began with, that it is not a one-time process. It is a iterative cycle. And it is not so simple also. Okay. Like empathy, define like this. So in reality, you move back and forth. You move from empathy to defining. You move again to empathy, then define. So it is like a very, very in reality, it's not that clear cut path, but yeah, interconnected, iterative. So you may move from one stage to another. Even just after prototyping, you may move again back to defining and again to empathizing. So keep on. So it is basically, the cycle is continuous. Okay, and sometimes you may skip one step, go back to the other, like this.
So I think,
What
sir, I have to say something. See, which what I said, it's a non-linear process.
Yes.
I am going to supplement your answer. See, this is the important point about the design thinking, that it is non-linear. You see, you can jump from any stage, last stage to previous stage, second stage to fourth stage. There are 5 stages. So that is the most important point about design thinking. So that's why we are calling this type of process or somehow methodology as a non-linear process, and that is very important and good about this design thinking. And I hope that you all will try to implement at your workplace. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, sir. With this, I will close, and thank you very much for listening. If you have any queries, I'm still here. We are all here for the 4 days. We will continue engaging with you tomorrow, day after tomorrow, more sessions. So we will meet after the tea break. Okay, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed Faraz Khan, for that enriching session on design thinking basic. I would just request everyone to give a huge round of applause to the sir. I hope everyone found it as insightful and thought-provoking as I did. Now it's time to take a short tea break, and we'll resume exactly at 3:45 for another exciting session. Thank you, everyone.
ये जो लोग इतने बड़े बड़े बिजनेसेस करते हैं, स्टार्टअप्स होते हैं, but where from these ideas come actually, right? That's what how identify the problem. So let us deliberate a little more on that. What is that? From experiences, from observations, आपने कैसे किया?
एक्चुअली मुझे बहुत जेनेरिक मेरा इसका आंसर नहीं होगा.
Okay.
I just wanted to
I don't want generic. I want whatever you know, how where from this idea came. Among so many ideas, among universe of ideas, क्या चीज को आपको strike किया that you came up with this scrap
right.
वाला
So
business?
just before this, I had like brainstormed some 5-6 ideas,
Okay.
but they did not work eventually. So what I thought was like in every industry there is a organized player who has like organized it, and you know there is a leading player in every or the other industry, like in Horeca business, like in FMCG, like in like these delivery app that we see now.
Okay.
So I just wanted to organize this because until now I've never seen any app that India knows for a scrap service,
Okay.
and it is a highly profitable.
Okay, so you saw that this is an unorganized sector where you can put on value and bring it into more of a formal or an organized sector. That was the actually the point where you want to address. अब ये आप याद रखेंगे, ये मैं अभी फिर से use करूंगी. His idea, you understood? His idea is about scrap business. He goes door to door, collect that scrap, and then tries to remove the middleman and everything. So that's the business idea. So his idea came from this कि ये unorganized sector है. Let me try to formalize it. Let me try to make it little organized. Fine. So this is the idea. ये एक perspective है इसको देखने का, right? Okay, thank you. Any other person who can just tell me about the personal UNG? Yes, please. Mic ले ले. सब लोगों को सुनाना है, मुझे नहीं सुनाना सर. जी.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
My name is Varshesh Kumar. I am from SRGI. My idea is establish the milk dispenser machine in middle MoE in the city. So
Okay.
main problem is the polythene.
जी.
Comfortable in Hindi.
Yes, any language जो भी आपको आती है, हिंदी, उर्दू और इंग्लिश. That's what I understand. Okay.
मैं एक हॉस्टल में रहने वाला स्टूडेंट हूँ.
Okay.
मतलब रूम लेके, और सुबह बेसिकली यहाँ लखनऊ का पूरे एरिया का ये मतलब मेन प्रॉब्लम है कि सुबह चाय बनाने के लिए दूध हमको दुकान से लाना पड़ता है. 10 रुपए का लेते हैं मेनली, उसमें होता है 200 ml. तो उसकी जो पॉलीथीन आती है बहुत रबर टाइप या वैसी रहती है, तो उसको हम रिमूव या रिड्यूस करना चाह रहे हैं बिल्कुल इस तरीके से कि जगह जगह पे एटीएम मशीन जैसा मिल्क डिस्पेंसर एस्टेब्लिश करना चाह रहे हैं.
Okay, so you're doing it where?
लखनऊ.
Okay, you're doing it in Lucknow, right?
Yes.
आप मिल्क डिस्पेंसर बनाना चाह रहे हैं, जहाँ पे क्या सॉल्व हो रहा है? जो पॉलिथीन या टेट्रा पैक्स या उनमें जो दूध बेचते हैं, you actually want to just get that out of the market and have milk dispenser.
Yes,
That's a sustainable, very good, very very good idea, right? तो ये जब आपके दिमाग में आया, so this is because of what? Because you experienced something at the background. What was that? Hostel में जब आप दूध लाते हैं, आपने देखा कि मैं रोज ये पैकेट दूध लाता हूँ 200 मिलीलीटर और 250 मिलीलीटर, and then there is a lot of waste happening. There is a lot of जो हम sustainability की तरफ नहीं जा रहा. There is lot where I can find the opportunity, and then what can I do? उसके बाद क्या कर सकते हैं, right? जो अभी फराज साहब बोल रहे थे, then do you do brainstorming? So मेरे कहने का मतलब ये, thank you. जो भी ideas आपको आएंगे या जो भी ideas, could you please settle down? This distracts my attention. I'm not able to deliver what I have to. Settled? Okay, so let's come back to the business. So we discussed about two ideas, right? One idea about scrap business and another idea about milk dispenser, right? दोनों में एक चीज solve हो रही थी. पहले solve होने से पहले we need to identify what is wrong. अगर milk उस tetra pack में बिक रहा था या plastic pack में बिक रहा था, what was wrong in that? ठीक है. अब जब आपको लगा कि because it is harming environment, अगर मैं dispenser से दूंगा, maybe I'll be able to reduce prices because I will not have to invest money on making packets and everything. तो मैं reduce कर लूंगा price. I will have, I can, there is a possibility that I can set up a business, right? So before, how many of you believe that in order to be in this startup ecosystem, हम लोगों को idea होना सबसे पहली शर्त है कि हमारे पास idea हो? How many of you believe in that? First thing we have to do is we need to have a business idea. क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग, बहुत सारे जो स्टूडेंट्स है वो इस चीज से घबराते हैं, ये आइडियाज आते कहाँ से है, मैं कहाँ से आइडिया लाऊं? Do we need to start with, do we need idea first or we need something else? What is that? Problem, fine. So what we need to identify, is there any problem जिसके लिए मैं solution बनाऊं, जिसके लिए फिर आप business idea, and then you will do all those steps जो आप कर रहे हैं. लेकिन the first and foremost step is to identify, is there a problem which needs my attention? Is that problem close to my heart or close to my passion? Right? If you do something out of your passion, you ultimately do the best in that, right? तो सबसे पहले हमारे पास आइडिया तो बाद में आएगा, after so many brainstorming sessions, after doing lot of stuff. लेकिन first we need to have a problem in hand, which we have experienced. He said that he's a hostelier and he observed this problem at personal level, and इस problem को आगे लेके जाएंगे. He may set up a very good, this is where innovation comes. ठीक है, किसने एटीएम से पैसे निकालते हैं ये सबको पता है. तो अब कुछ साल पहले किसी ने सोचा नहीं होगा डिस्पेंसर से आप मिल्क भी निकलना शुरू हो जाएगा. That's what we are talking about, innovation, right? आपको innovation does not mean that you need to do, आपको सिर्फ artificial intelligence में करना है, आपको बड़ी बड़ी टेक्नोलॉजीज के बारे में जानना है, आपको मशीन लर्निंग के बारे में जानना है. It can be as good as what this gentleman, what another gentleman said us, right? So if you identify the problem correctly, half of you, not half, 80% of your job is done. ठीक है, अगर आपने one wise man says that कि आपके पास choice है, ठीक है, 2 choices है आपके पास. एक choice है आप चाबी बना लो, ठीक है, उसके बाद different दरवाजों के पास जाओ और देखो किसको लगेगी ये चाबी. एक one way of doing things is this. Another way of doing things is this, कि आप पहले दरवाजा देख लो and then make it वही वाली चाबी जो उसको लगेगी. So there is a lot of difference. You will save your 80% of effort, in fact 100% of your effort. That is what we do wrong. We come up with the ideas, लेकिन हमें पता ही नहीं होता ये problem है भी या नहीं है at first place, right? So I'll give you another example. All of you have potato peelers at your home. Potato peelers जिससे आलू छीलते हैं, सबके पास है ना घर में, ठीक है. So ये पढ़ा है या सोचा है ये कैसे आया, how it was invented? Does anybody know the story behind it? वो आलू का पीलर, I cannot find any home जहां वो आलू का पीलर नहीं होगा, but that's again a very good innovation, right? So you know वो कैसे existence में आया आलू का पीलर? आलू का पीलर जिसने invent किया, there was actually a problem with his wife. उसको arthritis था, ठीक है. arthritis होने की वजह से तो जैसे आलू छीलने होते थे उस वाले चाकू से, she used to have a lot of pain, ठीक है, in her hand. तो अब इस चीज को देखते हुए that particular inventor, her husband, उसने वो आलू का पीलर बनाया to actually address to the problem of his wife, ठीक है, and that became a very good invention, right? तो अब आप मुझे बताइए कि आलू के पीलर के बगैर हम सोच ही नहीं सकते. तो उसने उस इंटेंशन से तो नहीं बनाया था, but then he identified the correct problem. Not only the people who have arthritis are using it, everybody is using it. ठीक है, चाहे arthritis है नहीं है. Why? Because it is offering a solution. What is that solution? It's very easy. It's very convenient. अगर आप सिंपल चाकू से तो हाथ में दर्द करता है, इधर उंगली में दर्द होता है, राइट? लेकिन जब आप आलू के पीलर से करोगे, एक आपका टाइम बच जाता है, कन्वीनियंट है और उतना महंगा भी नहीं है. There is everything you can think of. That's why it's big an innovation that हर एक के घर में वो आलू पीलर है ही है. So innovations can come, this problem identification can happen anywhere. It can happen at your home. It can happen something you observe daily, something you experience daily, right? As the gentleman has experienced in hostel. तो जब आपने problem को identify किया, then we may go to another steps. Now, ठीक है, is it clear? Okay, now is it enough? Is it enough to identify a problem?
अब आपने एक लेंस तो लेके देखा, ही पर्सनली ऑब्जर्व्ड इट, फिर उन्होंने बात की, ही सेड कि स्क्रैप वाला बिजनेस इज अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड, राइट, देयर आर नो फॉर्मल प्लेयर्स इन द स्क्रैप वाला बिजनेस, ही सेड, राइट. तो ये जिस लेंस से देखते हैं, दैट इज एक्चुअली अ मैक्रो पर्सपेक्टिव. ये जो देख रहे हैं, दैट्स अ माइक्रो पर्सपेक्टिव, समथिंग व्हिच ही हैज एक्सपीरियंस्ड हिमसेल्फ एंड समथिंग व्हिच नाउ, अगर अब इनको अपने बिजनेस को आगे बढ़ाना है, he has done one job, he has analyzed it micro perspective, इन्होंने एक कर लिया मैक्रो पर्सपेक्टिव. नाउ इनको मैक्रो से देखना है, इनको माइक्रो से देखना है. मैक्रो से कैसे देखेंगे आप? मिल्क डिस्पेंसर seems a wonderful idea at first instance. Hosteliers में तो ये this will rock, right? Even in homes this will rock, right? People who are sustainability conscious, this product will rock. But ये सिर्फ हमारा एक, that's what I see, right? अब next क्या करेंगे आप? What will you do? You will have to have a macro perspective. What is meant by that micro perspective? आपको देखनी है ये particular industry जो है, what are the trends? Who are already the players who are operating in this particular sector? जो आप maybe आपको ये पता चले there are already so many milk dispensers or that was a flop show. आपको ये भी पता चल सकता है ना. अगर आपने सिर्फ एक लेंस को लेके देखा और अपना प्रोडक्ट बनाने चले, then बहुत कम chances है that it would be success. लेकिन if you will wear this bigger वाला lens, micro वाला lens, wherein you will think about what are the industry trends related to this particular problem. What are the economic conditions of the country or state wherever you are doing? Technological advancements. पता नहीं how many of you are management students. एक हम बताते हैं, जब भी हम किसी business या idea को जब हम देखते हैं, we see it from a PESTLE framework. PESTLE. Political, economic, social, technological, legal, and ये abbreviation है. That is actually having a macro perspective. Let me help you to understand it with an example. This micro and macro perspective. एक healthy human body के लिए we need nutrients. We need nutrients, right? तो nutrients दो तरह के होते हैं ना? कौन से तरह के? आप तो बोल रहे हो, क्या होता है? Macro and micronutrients. What are the macronutrients की कैटेगरी में क्या आता है? हाँ? Is that a macro? तो तुम्हारा गुड. ओके, मैक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स. आपको हेल्दी रहने के लिए न्यूट्रिएंट्स चाहिए. अब मैं आपको बता रही हूँ, न्यूट्रिएंट्स जो चाहिए आपको दो तरह के चाहिए. मैक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स चाहिए, माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स चाहिए. ठीक है ना? मैक्रो में क्या आता है? न्यूट्रिएंट्स. फ्रूट्स में न्यूट्रिएंट्स है. ओके, वेरी गुड, राइट. वी कीप ऑन हियरिंग दिस. प्रोटीन चाहिए, कार्बोहाइड्रेट चाहिए, फैट चाहिए, right? These are the macronutrients. What are micronutrients? Zinc, magnesium, छोटे जो minerals है, जो इनका, those are the micronutrients. If you will just have micronutrients, तब भी आपकी body fit नहीं होगी. You will feel deficiency of potassium. You will feel deficiency of magnesium. You will feel deficiency of many micronutrients, and ultimately your body will not be fit. The same way you can apply this lens to the business perspective. आपको दोनों lenses से देखना बहुत जरूरी है. If you want your problem to work, if you want your businesses in future to work, you have to have this both perspectives. समझ में? अगर macro को नहीं देखोगे, if you will miss the basic carbohydrate, energy, ठीक है? How will this happen at first place? अगर आप मिल ही नहीं रही है energy, तो क्या होगा? Are you getting me? कोई क्वेश्चन अभी तक, कोई कंफ्यूजन, कुछ पूछना है तो प्लीज पूछ लो. ओके, सो हैविंग सेड दिस, नाउ आई ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू दिस. You need to have a macro view, that is analysis of a large scale economic industry and market trends. What is happening? जो भी इन्होंने अपना business चुन लिया, what's happening in the market outside. You need to understand whether this market is growing or it is not growing at all. For example, आप लोग बहुत इसके बाद entrepreneurship के साथ आप placements के लिए भी try करेंगे ना. So what will you see in a company? क्या देखोगे कंपनी में? जिसको भी आप टारगेट करोगे ना अपनी प्लेसमेंट के लिए, कुछ क्राइटेरियाज तो होंगे ना. तो what are those criteria? Salary, okay. Working environment, okay. Working hours, सबसे important चीज नहीं तो देखोगे, is it growing? अगर बहुत सैलरी इस महीने दे दी और नेक्स्ट महीने वो ठप हो गई, what will happen? प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी ना. So what will you see? You will see whether this particular company या industry is growing or not. If it is growing, then you can see a good future in it. If it's not growing, then there's a word of caution. तो same way जो भी आपके business ideas है, आपको ये देखना पड़ेगा जिस industry में ये fit होगा मेरा business idea, whether that industry is growing or that industry is going to be dead in near future, right? This is one consideration from macro perspective. ऐसे आपको देखना है technological advancements, right? So what technology is actually doing in that particular idea जो आप देख रहे हो, उसका क्या impact होगा मेरे business पे, and so on and so forth. Okay, इस question का तो आप already answer दे चुके हो. Should we not be starting with ideas? Then what should we start with? Problem identification. Fine. आपने problem को identify कर लिया. 80% of your job is done. So ये सब मैं आपको बता चुकी हूँ. We must first zoom out. That is to have a macro perspective. जो भी industry में हो रहा है, whether it's growing or not. And then we need to zoom in to uncover the problems. This goes, आपने micro देख लिया, अब आपको macro देखना है. आपने macro देख लिया, micro. This goes hand in hand. ये दोनों perspectives जो है, this goes hand in hand in order कि जो आपने problem identify करी है, that will work in or not. The idea may fail to meet the needs of the market. If you right away start with the idea, what will go wrong? आपने जो idea लिया, वो आपके जो needs of the market है. For example, you're talking about milk dispenser. लेकिन हो सकता है लोगों को इसकी जरूरत ही ना हो. If you will not understand your market, लोगों को इसकी जरूरत नहीं है. They may have some better alternatives, or they don't care about sustainability. Fine. Okay. The market may be flooded with similar solutions, something like that. Already they're getting it. So what is there any need to float that dispenser at first place? You may develop a solution where demand is shrinking. जो मैंने आपको बोला, अगर आप जॉब करने के लिए जाओगे, अगर वो declining industry में है, तो that there's a word of caution for you. Same way, आपको अपने idea जो भी आपने problem को identify किया idea के, you will have to see it. We may build an outdated solution. For example, you're thinking of collecting the scrap using some technology, and you're thinking of milk dispenser, but maybe that's already an outdated technology. मैंने इससे पहले भी सुना है, या or you will have to see whether it will work in Lucknow. You will have to check your market also, right? And we may miss out on opportunities in the evolving industry, and there are interdependencies. Now, there is one question. What's it? We have been talking about industry and domain. कोई मुझे बताएगा what is an industry? Industry क्या होती है? What's an industry? मैंने आपको पूछा, आप अपनी industry देखो. Your question should have been what is industry, ma'am? So what is an industry? Collection of. Okay, very good. Collection of, he says, collection of similar units and plants. So what does that further mean? Collection of similar units and plants. मुझे examples से समझा दो. Okay, very nice, right? That's industry. And there is something called domain. For example, carry on. Okay. Okay, just hold on for a second. Industry is simply, for example, you have a clothing industry. There are so many companies which are actually coming together and form industry. वो सब लोग जो deal कर रहे होते हैं, वो कपड़े ही बना रहे होते हैं, clothing के साथ ही deal कर रहे होते हैं. Now domain is, now clothing के अंदर there are subsectors. For example, there is luxury clothing. There is middle class के लिए clothing. There is some other sort of a clothing, right? So that's the industry. This is a domain. You need to be very specific about also industry as well as the domain Industry तो आपका आ जाएगा, for example, you deal with clothing, but what in clothing? Is your actually target market the people who wear luxury clothes or some other market? You need to be specific about that in macro perspective, right? So हम एक example से समझेंगे ये micro and macro will help. How does it help us? Climate change is a problem. Is it a problem? It's not a problem for some, but it's a problem for many. किसको लगता है climate change is real and it's a problem? Raise your hands. Okay, बाकियों के लिए it's not a problem. Wow, straight, it's not a problem. Huh? True. Okay, so climate change is actually real. It's a problem. For example, I live in Kashmir. I have never experienced the kind of heat I experienced this year. Right? It was terrible. Yes, it's terrible. ठीक है? तो something is happening. इतने सारे सालों में मुझे कभी नहीं दिखा. Something is happening. Something is wrong. So what is that? That is a climate change which is happening. So for those who feel like climate change is a problem, so there are two things we can do to solve this problem. There are two things in order to resolve, because this is a global phenomena. ये सिर्फ कश्मीर में ही नहीं है, इंडिया में ही नहीं है, पूरी दुनिया में है, right? एक चीज हम पर्सनल लेवल पे कर सकते हैं, पैशन लेवल, जिन्होंने हाथ उठाया. What can we do? कि हम क्लाइमेट चेंज वाली प्रॉब्लम को जो है ना खत्म तो नहीं कर सकते, एटलीस्ट फर्दर ये होने से क्या कर सकते हैं हम? प्लानिंग ट्रीज, सस्टेनेबल लाइफस्टाइल, वेरी नाइस. ओके, और कुछ? ओके, लेट मी हेल्प यू. अवॉइड सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक्स, ही इज ऑलरेडी डूइंग दैट, राइट? जो इन्होंने बताया, अवॉइडिंग सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक्स, एनर्जी एफिशिएंट यूटिलाइजेशन. कमरे से निकले तो स्विच ऑफ कर लिया, बाहर चले गए, वी आर एक्चुअली सेविंग एनर्जी. प्लांटेशन ड्राइव्स, एजुकेशनल प्रोग्राम, these are all things which you can do at micro level, at personal level, right? But then also there are things which we can do at an industry or a domain, I said. So who are the industries who can actually do something to actually reduce this problem of climate change? Huh? They're supposed to do it. Okay, for an example, there's a wind, solar farms, nuclear power, green buildings. Ma'am said it very rightly. Abhi sustainability is a buzzword, right? Abhi सबसे पहले आपके venture को लेके सवाल पूछेंगे. So is it sustainable? So what are they actually asking you? Is it environmentally friendly? Why are they asking you? Because there are problems which are happening. Fine. So हमें perspective, we can do something at micro level, we can do something at macro level to stop it. And then there is some other level called as super macro level, जहाँ पे Paris Agreement जैसी चीजें होती है, in order to have this climate problem को tackle करने के लिए. तो same way, this is just an example to give you an idea how you need to address, how you need to see your problem, wearing a micro lens and at the same time wearing a macro lens. If you just focus on one thing which you are doing at present micro, और आप macro को देख रहे हैं, दूसरी चीज को ignore करें, you will have to have both the perspectives hand in hand, and then only you will develop a solution for that. Fine? Okay. Okay, I already told you what is industry and what is the domain. So there are some companies. ये कंपनी की इंडस्ट्री किस इंडस्ट्री के साथ बिलोंग करते हैं और इनका डोमेन क्या है? Zomato, food industry, Byju's, any other ad tech company? हाँ? Okay. ये सब के जो आपने नाम बताए ना, this is an industry, ad tech industry. Fine? Okay. Tata Motors and these are. So ये सब जो companies है, they belong to a particular industry. Same way जो आप problem देख रहे हो, जो आप you need to identify which industry this particular problem belongs to and get yourself updated with the latest facts to have a micro. आपने अपनी level पे देख लिया, good enough, but then you have to have a macro perspective as well. Okay, let me discover. हाँ जी.
I'm having a sharing. You shared about pillar, है ना? अब मैं
Sustainability pillar. Yeah.
मैं gentleman created or invented a pillar, potato pillar, for because of arthritis of his wife. That's
Potato
why,
pillar. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, I feel problem identification comes from our nearby places. Actually,
Absolutely agree.
see, like pin that you tuck in this your with your dupatta, that comes from an idea कि ऐसा कुछ जिससे अटैचमेंट हो जाए, तो वो जो पिन था वो सीधा आया, स्ट्रेट, जो ऑलरेडी है, जो हम पेपर पिन यूज करते हैं, मगर उससे लगता है साइड। तो जिन्होंने ये सेफ्टी पिन क्रिएट किया, उन्होंने सोचा कि इस तरह से लॉक हो जाए कि फीमेल्स को वो हार्म ना कर सके। अ पार्ट ऑफ दैट, जो हमारे फ्राइज हैं, जो मैकडी वगैरह में मिलते हैं, वो फ्राइज के लिए, जैसे वो कैसे स्टार्ट हुआ कि किसी ने फ्राइज के लिए कहा, तो ऑर्डर देने के बाद चला गया, आलू खराब ना हो जाए उन्होंने फ्रिज के ठंडे पानी में रखा, फिर अगले दिन कोई आया तो उन्हें उसी काट के दिया, तो उसका टेस्ट चेंज था। इस तरह से फ्राइज
Innovations happen.
तो
Absolutely.
इट कम्स फ्रॉम नियर बाय प्लेस एक्चुअली प्रॉब्लम। एक और शेयरिंग थी मैम,
प्लीज।
एक स्टूडेंट ने किया था आपके साथ कि उसे मिल्क डिस्पेंसर्स बना,
मिल्क डिस्पेंसर ही said. ये वो है।
मुझे याद है 30-35 साल पहले, राइट नाउ आई एम 45, तो 35 इयर्स पहले मदर डेयरी में ऑलरेडी ये चीज आज भी है। मिल्क डिस्पेंसर, सिक्का डालते हैं, दूध आता है। तब उनके पास थैली वाला दूध, पैकेट वाला दूध नहीं होता था, लेकिन उन्होंने, मदर डेयरी ने इसके साथ साथ पैकेट वाला दूध भी अडेप्ट कर लिया। वजह, जब सिक्का डालते थे, मैंने अपना बचपन से देखा है, तो किसी किसी का जो कंटेनर होता था छोटा रह जाता था, दूध गिर जाता था, ले जाते हुए भी बच्चों से गिर जाता था। जैसे वो होता है ना, पकड़ने वाला, उससे भी गिर जाता था, मैंने खुद देखा। तो घटोलची जिसे आप लोग कह रहे हैं, थोड़े दिनों बाद पैकेट, अभी काफी साल पहले पैकेट से इंट्रोड्यूस हो गए। उसकी वजह थी क्योंकि दूध गिरने की प्रॉब्लम खत्म हो गई थी, लोगों को कैरी डायरेक्टली किया और ले गए। उसमें ये नहीं था कि कंटेनर छोटा बड़ा रह गया, फिर उसको लेके आपने कहीं पर भी फ्रिज में रख दिया। डिस्पेंसर के लिए तो स्पेस आपको चाहिए, मतलब अपने कंटेनर के लिए। तो ये वो एक्चुअल प्रॉब्लम थी। पहले मदर डेयरी में ये था ही नहीं, सिक्का डालते थे और दूध गिरता था। लेकिन अभी आज भी मदर डेयरीज में सिक्के वाला है प्रोविजन, लेकिन साथ साथ, इसलिए अगर हम कोई इनोवेशन करना चाहते हैं ना, तो हमें ये देखना पड़ेगा कि पहले वो एग्जिस्ट करती है प्रॉब्लम या एग्जिस्ट नहीं करती, और अगर एग्जिस्ट करती है तो उसके ऊपर कौन कौन सी रेमेडीज बाकी लोग फॉलो करें जो हम उससे बेटर कर सकते हैं।
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for sharing these insights. So this is exactly what I was telling you. For example, अभी आप बोल रहे हो कि जो है milk dispenser, you see a future. That is the reason you need to understand the industry also. Maybe there is already someone, or maybe अगर flop हुआ या hit हुआ, what are the reasons? Where can I contribute? Can I do something differently? Right? So ma'am is very right in finding problems. कहीं अपने आसपास ही होती है। अगर आप थोड़ा सा टाइम लेंगे, you just jot down, घर पे बैठ के you just jot down what are the problems I faced this week. ठीक है, कुछ है जिससे मैं परेशान रहा, मैं चाह रहा था ये वाली चीज हो, अगर ये ऐसे होती, ठीक है, you will find at least 3 चीजें तो आपको मिल ही जाएंगी for a week if you just go back and think, right? Problems do lie. For example, I quoted this potato peeler वाला example, that was also in the home, right? तो सारी प्रॉब्लम्स जो है आसपास है, लेकिन उतना ही काफी नहीं है. We have to have a, we will obviously we will feel passionate about that and all those things, but then we have to have both the waves, micro as well as macro lenses to where to actually identify that problem more appropriately. Okay, now let's do one thing, ready to discover your passion. Now अब आप सबके कुछ ना कुछ पैशन होंगे. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आई जस्ट टोल्ड यू कि क्लाइमेट चेंज, सम पीपल रेज देयर हैंड, सम पीपल डू नॉट रेज देयर हैंड. द पीपल हु रेज देयर हैंड, maybe they have little amount of sustainability consciousness within them, and then they feel yes, there is something जो climate change के अंदर किया जाता है, and some people do not feel very passionate about it, right? So let us just do an exercise. an activity. What is this? Sustainable Development Goals, 17 Sustainable Development Goals. और ये Sustainable Development Goals को अगर हम थोड़ा सोचे, so इसी में आपके business ideas छुपे हुए हैं, लेकिन आपको देखना ये है कि what am I passionate about? Am I passionate about, say for example, providing quality education? Integral University में आप इधर हो, this is a private university, somebody is passionate about giving you a quality education, and that's why all this is happening around you, because he is passionate about delivering a quality education. The same way you may have your passion इनमें से कहीं पे भी, right? So what we will do is we will identify your passion. इतनी जल्दी तो नहीं होगा, but still we will try. We'll try to identify your passions, or on the basis of that passion we'll form teams. Right? Do we have teams here already? जिनका business idea है, please get up from your seats. जो teams already हमारे पास है, मैम आप ओके मैम, थैंक यू. हाँ, आप खड़े हो जाए. आप सेम टीम में हैं? 1 2 3. कितने सारे लोग? हाउ मेनी? आप जरा उधर हटे थोड़ा सा. ओके, आप भी? ओके, जिन जिन की टीम्स ऑलरेडी है वो प्लीज इस साइड आ जाए. जिन जिन चेंज योर सीट्स. जिन जिन की टीम्स है वो इधर आ जाए, जिनके नहीं है वो इधर जाए. प्लीज हेल्प मी. गेट अप, गेट अप, क्विकली. हाँ, टीम्स कर रहे. आपके सारे जो 4 days है, कमिंग 4 days, आपकी टीम एक्टिविटीज ही होंगी. इसलिए प्लीज, अगर आपकी टीम्स ऑलरेडी बने हैं, वी डोंट वांट टू डिस्टर्ब दैट टीम. हम आपको उसमें हेल्प करेंगे कि क्या करना है क्या. बट द पीपल हु डू नॉट हैव टीम्स, लेट अस ट्राई टू बिल्ड टीम्स फॉर देम आल्सो, फॉर लर्निंग एटलीस्ट. Done. You all have teams? आप सब एक एक टीम का हिस्सा है. Everybody, please raise your hand for me once. Everybody of you. अगर किसी ने हाथ नहीं उठाया, he or she won't be registered on portal, तो यहाँ आने का कोई मकसद नहीं होगा, आगे आपकी इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं जाएगी. So it's better कि आप टीम का हिस्सा हो. आप लोग टीम्स नहीं है? You also are teams? तो we have more maximum teams already. तो कौन से बचते हैं? आप लोग पीछे जाएं. आप लोग पीछे जाओ और पीछे वाले प्लीज आगे आए.
जिनकी टीम बनी हुई है वो बैठ जाइए, और जिनकी नहीं बनी हुई वो खड़े हो जाइए.
सबकी है?
सबकी है? सब टीम के साथ ही आए.
सीरियसली? तो हमारा काम तो इसी हो गया. नहीं, इन्होंने तो हाथ नहीं उठाए थे ना. ओके, सो देयर इज नो, हाँ, यू आर नॉट अ पार्ट ऑफ टीम. आप कितने हो आप लोग?
आपके साथ जरा सा
So you already have identified the problem, जिनके पास भी teams है. Okay, let's discuss on that then.
Is there anyone who is left?
Is there
not
any,
part of any team? आप वो 3 तो ठीक है ना? उसके अलावा you are alone, so you can join. Okay, so you can do what was the purpose of doing this? कि हम लोगों को we need you in teams, right? Because आगे वाली exercise जो होंगी वो पूरी team based exercises ही है, right? In a team you will have to identify a problem, or if you have already identified, that's very good. और उसकी basis पे you will develop your business model, you will develop your lean canvas, you will develop your all the stuff in 4 days, right? अब जिनकी team नहीं है, so और जिनके पास अभी कुछ प्रॉब्लम को नहीं आइडेंटिफाई करा है, who are actually very naive, who have just come for the first time
in the boot camp, they can use this SDG वाला. जितने भी लोग आप हैं, आप please देख लीजिए what is your passion, what do you feel passionate about, right? कि आप, for example, मैंने quality education की बात की, somebody may be interested in clean water and sanitization. To see the other person, if he has a similar interest, you can form a team, right? So at the end of the day, we should have teams already formed. So volunteers, please, where are the volunteers? वो जो 10 volunteers, हाँ, आप please इनसे data ले लीजिएगा. They have already teams. I told you I'll help you. They already have teams. Just take data from them and number them as team number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
For volunteers, just note down the team. You have a venture name, all of you. All of you have a venture name. Okay. So each volunteer will note down 10 venture names. So you can just note out from here 1, 2, 3, 4 like this. Similarly, you can do it. Okay.
Fine, clear?
After when ma'am stops, then you can do this. Okay. So please make sure that you have given your team name to at least one of the volunteer. Okay.
Okay. So, Hanji.
हेलो अभी तक यहाँ पे आप लोगों ने खाना पीना खा लिया, सारी चीजें हैं, एंजॉय कर रहे हो, है ना? कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं है? अगर कोई किसी को प्रॉब्लम है इसी तरह की तो मेरे ही नंबर पे कांटेक्ट करेंगे, इधर उधर ठीक है? स्पॉक कौन है? मैं हूँ, है ना? वाईफाई का मसला रिजॉल्व हो चुका है आपके अगर आप ऐसी दिक्कत करोगे, इधर उधर कांटेक्ट करोगे तो परेशान हो। आपको मुझे कहना है, ठीक है? पहले वार्डन से कहिए, नहीं हो रहा है तो मुझसे कहिए। पहले सभी लोग हम ही को कहेंगे तो फिर दिक्कत हो गई हमारे लिए। दूसरी चीज, एक अभी कंपटीशन लॉन्च किया हम लोगों ने, ठीक है? ग्रुप पे भेज दिया है, देखा क्या है वो कंपटीशन? सोशल मीडिया पे मैक्सिमम टैगिंग मिनिस्ट्री को लेके टैग का भी मैंने बता दिया किसको किसको करना है। जो सबसे बढ़िया क्रिएटिव, सबसे बढ़िया कंटेंट और सबसे ज्यादा टैगिंग और सोशल मीडिया पे डालेगा उसको अवार्ड मिलेगा। 5 अवार्ड, 5 बढ़िया है ना, जो सबसे बेस्ट कर रहा होगा। एक गूगल फॉर्म शेयर करेंगे, आप उसमें अपना लिंक शेयर करिएगा, जो बेस्ट होगा उसमें 5 को अवार्ड भी देंगे परसों 27 तारीख, ठीक है? क्लियर है सभी को? तो ये आप करते रहिए, और ये सबके लिए है, ह्यूमन वॉलंटियर्स आपके लिए भी है, सबके लिए है। सबसे ज्यादा जो सोशल मीडिया पे कंटेंट डालेगा, अच्छे कंटेंट डालेगा, मिनिस्ट्री को टैग करेगा, हम सबको टैग करेगा, उनमें से बेस्ट को अवार्ड मिलेगा 5 को, ठीक है? हैप्पी?
Okay, come back now. Okay, now I have this understanding that we already have teams, right? So what next you need to do is कि आप लोगों को, you already might have received email from MIC. Have you? Everybody of you? Everybody of you? जिसको नहीं मिला है ID, प्लीज कॉन्टैक्ट दोज वॉलंटियर्स। अपने अपने ग्रुप में असाइन हो गए आपको या भी आपको कॉन्टैक्ट करेंगे। प्लीज मेक श्योर कि आपको ईमेल ID जो है वो ये हो गई है, एंड देन यू हैव रजिस्टर्ड योरसेल्फ ऑन दैट पोर्टल। हैव यू? एवरीबॉडी?
Anyone who is not registered, raise your hands who are not registered.
Okay. आप तो कह रहे हो, हाँ?
Okay, so now it is coming. So you have to register. You have received an email. If you do not find the email in your inbox, check your spam folder first. Okay. First step is check your spam folder. If you do not find it there, please give your email ID to the volunteer. Okay. But this is the process. These 2 things have to be completed by the end of today. Okay. पहली चीज होगी registration करना है। जब सारे लोग register हो जाएंगे, and make sure, say for example you are 5 members, all 5 have registered, then what will happen, that one of the member whom you can internally call the team leader or whatever will create a venture. You will create in the portal, you'll have create venture. You will click on that, go, there will be a window which will open. I have shared an onboarding video and also an onboarding document with the volunteers. They will share it with you. Okay. You can just watch that video, how to get yourself registered, how to create the venture on the portal. Okay. And if you have any problem, you can contact us. So one of the team member will create a venture. Name आपने already decide कर रखा है. Industry drop down menu होगा. You select the industry. What ma'am has just said, EdTech है क्या है, उसमें options होंगे, नहीं है तो others कर दीजिए, ठीक है?
just one line description. Right now you can write anything, it is editable. Okay, A B C D नहीं करना है, कुछ लिखना है कि this venture is basically this. Okay, just very brief description, one line description, location, click OK. As soon as it is done, then you have to add members. So one member will add the remaining 3 members or 4 members, whosoever. Okay, maximum team size जो है पोर्टल पे अलाउड है 6, वो उससे ज्यादा नहीं होगा. ठीक है, मेंटर को टीम मेंबर में ऐड नहीं करिएगा, पहले पार्टिसिपेंट्स को ऐड होना है. ठीक है, सो वन ऑफ द team member who will be designated as team leader internally will create a venture and add the other members. Other members जब ऐड करेंगे तो वो पूरी लिस्ट खुलेगी, जितने इसमें 350 स्टूडेंट्स है ना, सबकी जो जो रजिस्टर होता जाएगा सबकी लिस्ट आएगी, उसमें से सेलेक्ट योर टीम मेंबर्स, दैट्स ऑल. ओके, किसी को गलत ऐड नहीं करना है. ओके, and if say for example there are 2 Prashants in this, okay, just check the email ID before adding. ना उसमें email ID आ रहा होगा. Make sure that you are adding the right Prashant in your team. Getting my point? Okay? Yes. What? See, venture name and if say for example you are creating kind of a brand or something in that, it is completely fine. Okay, so don't confuse it. But when say for example you are telling us that this is your team name, so that will come throughout in the platform as that team name. That's all. Okay. In your presentation, you may say that this is the brand we are creating, this is our logo and all those things. That is fine.
Okay, is everything clear? You have team, you have one team leader, right? There may be maximum 6 members, लेकिन सिर्फ team leader जो है वो venture create करेगा, right? जो भी inputs उसमें होंगे वो आप brainstorming session में करके, then team leader will enter all those details which will be asked in a couple of days, right? But please make sure that you have teams at the end of the day, you have a team leader, ठीक है? सब रजिस्टर सबको करना है, लेकिन वेंचर फॉर्मेशन जो है वो सिर्फ टीम लीडर करेंगे, और जो भी उनके टीम मेंबर्स है वो ऐड, जैसे सर ने समझाया, वो ऐड करते जाएंगे. एंड देन आई बिलीव यू ऑलरेडी हैव आल्सो वेंचर नेम्स, जैसा सर ने पूछा, आपने कहा, तो योर मोस्ट ऑफ द जॉब इज डन. नाउ प्लीज, अगर आप ये नहीं करोगे तो कुछ खास मिलेगा नहीं, अगर आप ये सब कुछ करोगे नहीं, बिकॉज आपका सारा जो होगा लीन कैनवस बिजनेस मॉडल जो मैं बता चुकी हूँ विल बी बेस्ड ऑन दोज इनपुट्स जो आप उस पोर्टल पे एंटर करते जाओगे. सो प्लीज टेक इट एज अ वेरी सीरियस बिजनेस, डू इट बाय टुडे इवनिंग. ठीक है, आपको वॉलंटियर्स हेल्प करेंगे एंड यू कैन ऑलवेज कॉन्टैक्ट अस, वी आर हियर. ओके,
देयर आर 2 more things, just wanted to add those things. जैसे आप you will create the ventures on the platform. What is the use of the platform? So you can explore the platform, all content is there. Okay, you have the booklets of all the concepts which we are talking about, design thinking and all those things, problem identification. There is a booklet out there, there are some video links out there, a lot of things are there. Explore, it's all for you. Okay, so PPT लेने की इसकी जरूरत नहीं है, सब कुछ वहां पे है आपके पास. ठीक है, in your free time just explore that. वैसे आपको यहाँ पे सब कुछ बताया जा रहा है, लेकिन फिर भी you can go back to the content and just clarify your concepts and you have any doubts. Second thing, there are milestones will be released in that. Okay, there will be 1, 2, 3 milestones. Okay, so first वाला जो milestone और आपको second milestone जो है वो day 3 के end पे करना है. We will tell you, first milestone नहीं करना है, वो release हो जाएगा third day पे. सेकेंड माइलस्टोन करना है. अब ये माइलस्टोन क्या चीज है? ये एक पीपीटी डेक है, पीपीटी का फॉर्मेट दिया हुआ है, मिनिस्ट्री ने दिया है, उसमें जो जो यहाँ पे बताया जा रहा है, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल प्रॉब्लम डेफिनेशन, टीम, देन मार्केट साइज, कस्टमर पर्सोना, लीन कैनवस, यू नो, देयर आर ऑलरेडी दो स्लाइड्स आर मेड. डिजाइन आप चेंज कर सकते हैं, वो रेड एंड ब्लैक कलर का डिजाइन है, बहुत अच्छा सा डिजाइन नहीं है. ठीक है, यू आर मोर क्रिएटिव, आई नो दैट, सो यू कैन चेंज द डिजाइन, बट कंटेंट उसी हिसाब से, टेम्पलेट के हिसाब से बनाना है. ठीक है, जब आप थर्ड माइलस्टोन सबमिट करोगे, थर्ड माइलस्टोन इज एक्चुअली द पिच डेक ऑन विच यू विल बी इवैल्यूएटेड बाय द ज्यूरी. तो वो 4th डे के एंड पे, जब आपको सारा ये बूट कैंप खत्म हो जाएगा 4th डे के एंड पे, और 5th डे की मॉर्निंग से पहले पहले, ज्यूरी के पास जाने से पहले, इनफैक्ट जो and you get evaluated by the jury, है ना? डरने की कोई बात नहीं है. There will be winners, they will be like, but I feel that by coming here you are already a winner. Okay, so do not be hesitant that हमारी PPT बनी नहीं है या कुछ प्रॉब्लम है या अभी इतनी अच्छी नहीं है या अपलोड जरूर करना. ठीक है, कोई डाउट होता है, we are there, we will help you, volunteers are there. अगर you cannot directly contact us, कोई बीच में प्रॉब्लम आती है, you can just contact them and they will inform us. Okay, by your team members. All right.
ठीक है, इसमें कोई कंफ्यूजन आई बिलीव नहीं होगा. ओके फाइन. सो वंस यू आर डन, जो आपको ये सारा प्रोसेस करना है, व्हाटएवर वी विल टेल यू इन दीज डेज, आप लोगों को प्रैक्टिकली वो करते जाना है. The milestones which sir was talking about, for example, today if I'm talking about problem identification, at the end of this session we will have problem definition with us, right? आप लोगों को वही problem definition जो है, problem statement आपको enter करना है उसमें, जो भी आपके venture के related है. So whatever we are telling you, me and sir together, वो आप लोगों को practically उस portal पे करना है in the form of milestones and everything. We just don't want it to be very very theoretical only. Problem identification ये है, ये आप इसका implementation कर रहे हैं, आपको समझ आ रही है whether there's an application or not, and maybe this can be a good help for you. जो आपका venture होगा, at least आज की date में अगर आपके पास you don't have a pitch deck, आपके पास एक पिच डेक होगी जिसको आप और रिफाइन करके यू कैन गो फॉर पिचिंग फॉर इन्वेस्टर्स और समथिंग. यू हैव टू स्टार्ट समवेयर, राइट? सो वी वांट टू गिव यू दैट starting point in the form of these milestones, first making you understand stuff like this, and then its application form in the form of that portal. इसलिए हम बता रहे हैं, आप इधर सुन तो रहे हो, अगर आप उधर नहीं करोगे तो फायदा खास कुछ है नहीं. Okay, understood? Okay, so let's come back to the topic, problem identification. So I believe जिस हिसाब से आपने बताया that you raised your hands कि we need to identify our problem very right. 80% of our job is done. Rest of the things will follow. Pitch deck भी बन जाएगी, business model भी हो जाएगा, सब कुछ हो जाएगा if you have identified your problem right. If you are not doing it or doing it in a wrong way, उस problem को solve करने चले जो है ही नहीं, तो then there is a problem in that also. So 90% of startups fail, right? There is a boom and bust of startups which come. अभी लग रहा है कि बहुत अच्छा business कर रहे हैं 2 महीने, और 2 महीने के बाद नाम ही खत्म हो जाता है. What's wrong in that? क्यों होते हैं? They come up with lot of ambitions, they come up with lot of ideas, बहुत जोश में होते हैं ideas को लेके, but then after couple of months or after couple of years they completely vanish from market. Why does it happen? Improper execution. Okay, so जो research हुई है that says that 90% of startups fail because they do not identify their problem right, या वो problem solve करने जाते हैं जो customers experience ही नहीं करते at first place. How will that run? ठीक है? And these are some other issues, no market need, ran out of cash, team issues. But the major issue is that we develop solutions and our solutions are looking for problems. हम उल्टी direction में जाते हैं. हमें पहले problem को देखना है, फिर उस problem के solution को ढूंढना है. But you are so obsessed with business ideas. We are so obsessed with कि हमारे पास idea नहीं है, हमारे पास वो नहीं है, हम ये करेंगे, हम वो करेंगे, लेकिन करेंगे किस लिए? वो हमारी समझ में नहीं होता. So for that we need to identify our problem right. And now identifying the problem, is that enough? No, you need to identify that problem which is worth solving. What does that mean? हाँ, आप बताइए. हाँ वो कैसे पता चलेगा is this problem worth solving? अच्छा, मैं आपको I'll tell you my personal example, right? I am teaching in university from last 12 years, ठीक है? तो जब मैं गई टीचिंग के लिए तो there was white board और marker मैं इस्तेमाल जब करती थी, तो वो मार्कर जो आगे वाला टिप है, I was very uncomfortable with that, right? वो बार-बार खुल जाता था. I changed many brands, राइट? तो मैंने दूसरे टीचर को पूछा, उसने भी बोला हाँ ये प्रॉब्लम है इन मार्कर्स. मैंने कहा लेट अस चेंज ब्रांड्स. So we changed brand and that problem still persists. Maybe that's a problem in that part of the world, the markers supplied over there, right? So this is the problem which I was experiencing since last 12 years, I guess, right? लेकिन 12 साल तक कुछ नहीं, मुझे अभी तक भी कोई इस तरह का सोल्यूशन नहीं मिला. तो आप सब आप बोलेंगे, मैं भी बोलूंगी कि मैं ये करने जाऊंगी, आई विल जस्ट सेट अप अ मार्कर वाली फैक्ट्री एंड देन दैट विल सेल लाइक हॉट केक्स इन कश्मीर, राइट? तो ये भी है ना एक चीज, क्योंकि मैं तो पर्सनली इस चीज को ये कर रही हूँ एंड दिस इज अ प्रॉब्लम वर्थ सॉल्विंग. लेकिन अब इज इट अ प्रॉब्लम वर्थ सॉल्विंग? व्हाई और व्हाई नॉट? देखो यूनिवर्सिटीज है, कॉलेज है, स्कूल्स है, हर जगह तो है, व्हाइट बोर्ड है, मार्कर है. और फिर चलो कश्मीर ही एक मार्केट ले लेते हैं, एक डेमोग्राफिक मार्केट ले लेते हैं जहां ये प्रॉब्लम है. वो जो मार्कर्स के, मे बी देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम इन ब्रांड, मे बी देयर इज प्रॉब्लम इन समथिंग एल्स, बट देन देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम, राइट? ये मेरा ये है. इज इट अ प्रॉब्लम? इज इट अ प्रॉब्लम वर्थ सॉल्विंग? व्हाई? वेरी नाइस. दिस प्रॉब्लम वाज वर्थ सॉल्विंग 12 years बैक. जब मैंने ये पहले एक्सपीरियंस करा था, it was worth solving because there was no smart board, there was not जो भी टेक्नोलॉजिकल गैजेट्स हमारे पास है, तब ये सब नहीं था. अगर अब इसको लेके हम ये वेंचर करने जाए, what will happen? Nobody will buy that. 12 years back, this was a problem worth solving. So आप जो मैंने आपको मैक्रो पर्सपेक्टिव कहा, now technology comes in. Technology has actually changed that industry. अगर मैं इसको अभी प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने जाऊं, मैं अभी बिजनेस वेंचर करने जाऊं, तो दैट विल बी अ फ्लॉप आइडिया, राइट? सो दैट्स व्हाट आई मीन. आई आइडेंटिफाइड प्रॉब्लम, तो फिर इज इट वर्थ सॉल्विंग और नॉट? ओके, लेट्स टेक अनदर एग्जांपल. डायसन वैक्यूम क्लीनर्स, यू हैव हर्ड अबाउट डायसन? हाँ, व्हाई आर दे फेमस? है ना, नंबर 1, मतलब बहुत ज्यादा उनका मार्केट शेयर है इन वैक्यूम क्लीनर बिजनेस. what is so specific about them? High suction power, okay, very good. What else? You know, जो अभी वैक्यूम क्लीनर्स है डायसन के, अभी तो बहुत सारे ब्रांड्स में है उस तरह के वैक्यूम क्लीनर्स. तो डायसन के जो फाउंडर है, ही आइडेंटिफाइड वन, दे वैक्यूम क्लीनर्स सिंस एज, बहुत साल से वैक्यूम क्लीनर्स है. लेकिन जो पहले वाले वैक्यूम क्लीनर्स थे, उसमें देयर वाज बैग्स जिसमें वो डस्ट सब कुछ जो है वो उसमें कलेक्ट होके देन पीपल यूज्ड टू थ्रो इट, राइट? तो डायसन के जो ये है फाउंडर है, he, but that was very frustrating for people. ठीक है, वो बैग्स के से क्या हो जाता था, क्लॉग हो जाता था, ब्लॉक हो जाते थे वो, एंड देन क्लीनिंग नहीं होती थी, राइट? आफ्टर यू क्लीन वंस योर हाउस, और दूसरी बार जब आप ये करोगे, देन देयर इज दिस क्लॉगिंग प्रॉब्लम व्हिच हैपेंस एंड अल्टीमेटली एफिशिएंसी गोज डाउन, राइट? सो डायसन के सीईओ, he identified this, that there is this frustration happening in the customers, and what he came up with bagless वैक्यूम क्लीनर्स. जो ये प्रॉब्लम थी, कौन सी प्रॉब्लम? क्लॉगिंग की, एफिशिएंसी कम होती थी, बहुत सही से क्लीन नहीं होता था. आफ्टर कपल ऑफ यूजेस दिस वाज नॉट हैपनिंग, तो ही केम अप विद दिस bagless vacuum cleaners, and that is the technology with every other vacuum cleaner जो भी कंपनी है, they are adapting to this technology because customers are frustrated. The pain point of the customer is, I don't want to get frustrated when I clean my house. मैं 10 बार उस बैग को क्लीन नहीं करना चाहती, तो why would I buy that product? What is my pain point as a customer? My pain point is my frustration because of dusting which happens. ठीक है, डस्टिंग के क्लॉक्स जो हो जाते हैं, तो मैं बहुत परेशान होती हूँ. I want a solution for this. So he came up with the solution. That solution is bagless vacuum cleaners. अब जब आपने देख लिया ये प्रॉब्लम है, इसका एक सोल्यूशन चाहिए होगा. द नेक्स्ट थिंग यू विल डू इज, कुछ ऐसा तो नहीं है मार्केट में जो ऑलरेडी इस प्रॉब्लम को एड्रेस कर रहा है, ठीक है? तो डायसन के लिए what was that which was already existing in the market? एक ही alternative था. When he researched, and there are some 500 failed attempts इसको बनाने के लिए. So what was the alternative? Alternative was you have to do manual cleaning. That was the only alternative available in the market. ठीक है, तो manual cleaning, तो obviously I need a technology to clean my house. So he came up with that, and now that technology is in for vacuum cleaners, and that's why वही चीज है कि उन्होंने जो है मैक्सिमम मार्केट शेयर जो है डायसन का, वो उन्होंने कैप्चर कर लिया. because he was the person who identified this problem, and not only identified, but this was a problem worth solving. Every individual will experience frustration when clocks happen again and again. Agreed? Right? So सिर्फ problem को identify नहीं करना है, ये देखना है whether this is worth solving, और देखना है whether there are some alternatives available in the market. As ma'am said, Mother Dairy, 30, I was not knowing it, 30 years back, they were using that dispenser already. That means there was something, there was some technology already available. Why are not they exclusively relying on that? जो उन्होंने कर रखी है research, वो आप इस्तेमाल करो ना. आप समझ रहे हो? तो just use that. Why are they doing both? कुछ तो होगा, उन्होंने कुछ तो रिसर्च करी होगी. तो सेम वे, once you identify your problem, go for extensive research to find out the alternatives and all. How do I find the opportunity that is right for me? Okay. अब मेरे लिए कौन सी opportunity सही है, हम कैसे देखें? Let's do a role play for that, right? अब ये सारी चीजें जो मैं बोल रही हूँ, सबसे पहले आपको कस्टमर को देखना है. As Faraz said, that you need to empathize with the customer. What does that mean, empathize with the customer? You need to understand कि ये problem वाकई problem है कि नहीं है. तो उसके लिए फिर आप आगे business idea ढूंढने. Let's do a role play. Can two people get up for a role play? हाँ, दो लोग voluntarily. Otherwise, I will. दो लोग आ जाएं. कोई भी दो लोग. आप नहीं आओगे तो मुझे जबरदस्ती उठाना, इसलिए मैं I'm giving you a choice. अजय इधर है. माइक, प्लीज ब्रिंग दिस माइक ऑन. आप भी आए. आप भी ले ले. See, we have a scenario, ठीक है? So this is the scenario. Jay has a fascination. ये आपको play करना है, आप भी पढ़ सकते हैं. Jay has a fascination for buses and plans to launch his fleet of city buses. To do a market study, he hops on to some city buses which are currently running, right? To understand how the bus transport was working in his city, what were they offering, and what were the problems faced by the commuters despite these services, Jay hopped onto some city buses which were currently operating. He observed a common trend across all the buses that he hopped onto. He found that though each bus offered at least 10% of the total seats exclusively to the elderly as reserved, these seats often were unoccupied. In fact, there were very few senior citizens who availed the bus service. Instead, they chose to stay indoors at the cost of socializing. As a potential bus owner, this was bad news for Jay, as any unoccupied seat translated to revenue loss. So we have a scenario, we have a situation where there is this Jay जो चाह रहा है कि मैं एक bus owner बनूं, right? मैं एक fleet of buses float करूं. He wanted to invest in that and do that business, right? So for that, you need to do an extensive survey, whatever your problem identification is, right? So उसने क्या किया? वो सिटी की buses में चढ़ा, एक बस में भी, दूसरी बस में भी, तीसरी बस में भी, for a couple of days, right? When he went into that particular bus, what happened is उसने देखा हर एक बस में एक common trend है. What's that common trend? कि 10 सीटें elderly senior citizens के लिए dedicate करी गई थी, right? लेकिन dedicate करने के बाद भी he saw them vacant. कोई बैठता नहीं था उन seats पे. अब now this is a problem. Problem as in this is for revenue तो कम हो जाएगा ना उन 10 seats के लिए जो पैसे कमा सकते थे, because they are particularly meant for elderly, they remain vacant. This is not a very good news for an aspiring entrepreneur like Jay, right? ठीक है, तो अब आपको क्या करना है? One of you has to act as a Jay जिसको fleet of buses लखनऊ में float करनी है, right? And another has to act. अब हमें इस situation, we'll try to identify a problem. मुझे से आप सबके, मुझे इस सेक्टर में कुछ करना है, मेरा ये पैशन है, मेरा ये, मैं इधर कंट्रीब्यूट करना चाह रहा हूँ. Once you're clear about that, next once you survey that, अब उसमें क्या, उसमें तो दुनिया भर की चीजें करने के लिए है ना, but what? So he had this idea, I have to run a bus fleet. For that he started his survey, and then एक point उसको, he's doing a research whether मुझे कुछ मिलेगा उधर करने के लिए कि नहीं मिलेगा, right? You have to act as one of you has to act as a Jay, and another has to act as a bus conductor. So आप पूछेंगे जो भी, who is the bus conductor, who will act as a bus, you can take few minutes, 2 मिनट ले लो, आप लोग डिसाइड कर दो. You just have to interview the conductor if you are Jay, कि क्या क्या आपको पूछना चाहिए, because you are an aspiring bus fleet आपको float करना है, or he is someone who is actually observing a trend, रोज, right? So there is some input which you can, substantial input जो आपको वहां से मिलेगा, right? You just have to play here that thing, right? We'll just witness. आप 2 मिनट ले लीजिए, तो उसके बाद एक और रेडी रहेगा. We have to do second part of this. My voice. आप लोग वो करना है इधर, right? You have decided ना, and then you will have to enact. हाँ, no problem, take your time. आप सब क्या करेंगे जब तक कि आप सब ऑब्जर्व करेंगे, राइट? बिकॉज ऑब्जर्वेशन, एज मैम सेड, एंड ऑब्जर्वेशन इज एक्चुअली द की. ऑब्जर्व करेंगे और देखेंगे कुछ है जो उनको करना चाहिए, कुछ है जो उनको बहुत अच्छा किया, समथिंग यू कैन ऐड ऑन और समथिंग व्हिच ही शुड नॉट डू, राइट? यू प्लीज कीप ऑन राइटिंग दोस पॉइंट्स एंड देन वी विल डिस्कस. बेस्ड ऑन दिस, यस. आप एक कंडक्टर है, एक जय है, ठीक है? तो जय जो है इसको बस सर्विस खोलनी है, और कंडक्टर के पास बहुत इंफॉर्मेशन है जो इसको लेके दे सकते हैं. नाउ यू हैव टू जस्ट गेट दैट इंफॉर्मेशन फ्रॉम द कंडक्टर कि क्या हो रहा है, व्हाई आर दीस सीट्स वैकेंट और समथिंग लाइक, जो भी आइडियाज आपको क्वेश्चंस लग रहे हैं कि दैट विल हेल्प यू इन आइडेंटिफाइंग योर प्रॉब्लम. ठीक है, गॉट इट? हाँ, सिंपल है बहुत. You can use this whole stage, please do.
Hi sir, I'm Jay. I want to start fleet of bus services. Like I want to just add 100 new buses into my fleet. I'm wanting to jump into this new business. So I just want to know what are the pain points that you're facing, because as a conductor you daily travel with the buses. What are the key problems that you face as a bus conductor?
Pain points. As I think of now, the only pain point that I see is like whenever we are traveling, most of the bus is occupied, but there are 10 to 20% of seats that are reserved for some of the senior citizens or disabled people. But most of the time they are unoccupied, because of which our revenue sort of is not up to the point. And also due to which that those seats are reserved. And because of that, other passengers, maybe male or during rush hour or during office hours, people have to start just because it is reserved. So that's the problem I think that the passengers might be facing.
So as a bus operator, do you do any sort of thing to cure this up?
So basically what I do really is whenever I'm, for example, if it's not a rush and I got an attention, like either सीट्स खाली है, सो आई प्रेफर कि जो फीमेल है वो जाके उधर बैठ जाए, या और कोई भी मेल
gets occupied.
हाँ, it gets occupied, but sometimes what really happens is it's not occupied. मेरा attention अगर ना रहा या due to some reason, that's why we have to create something. अगर वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाता तो हमारा रेवेन्यू ज्यादा आता.
Cool.
Also sometimes what really happens कि ऑफिस आवर्स में रश बहुत हो जाता एंड इट्स नॉट ऑटोमेटिकली क्लोजिंग वाला डोर्स नहीं है हमारे बस में. तो सीन क्या होता है, पीपल आते हैं एंड दे डोंट पे फॉर द टिकट एज वेल समटाइम्स. सो मेरा अगर अटेंशन नहीं रहा तो दे गो ऑन एंड ट्रैवल करते फ्री में.
अंडरस्टूड.
देयर इज अ स्पेस इनसाइड द बस, दे उधर जाके बैठ जाते तो पता नहीं चलता.
You maybe want to automate the ticketing thing.
हाँ, automate the ticketing process.
Right.
फायदा नहीं, नुकसान है.
Done? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, आप बैठे. Now I want 2 more volunteers. कोई भी, ये बहुत सिंपल है. इधर से. हाँ? You want to also come? I'll give you another role. Sit here. Okay. Who is Jay? आप दोनों भी decide करो. One is Jay. Okay. Another is a senior citizen. ठीक है, जिसको आप सर्वे करेंगे, पूछेंगे कि how does he like to travel by bus or what, जो भी information आपको ये है चाहिए होगा in order to identify that problem, maybe problem lies there. एक senior citizen रहेगा, एक Jay रहेगा, and then you will have to enact it that way. You can take Melissa. You're a senior citizen, वही तो आपको करना है. Do it. Take 2 minutes, decide और फिर कर लो. See, I will need your inputs. जो पहले इंटरव्यू हुआ, please keep some notes, छोटे मोटे notes रखो. तो मुझे वो input चाहिए होंगे पहले वाले play के भी, इसके भी, और जो ये करेंगे इसके भी. Then we will have a discussion and see how we can identify the problem. Done? Okay, please. Okay. इनको बताओ who is Jay and who is senior citizen. You can use any language you want, Urdu, English, or Hindi.
So I will be the Jay and he will be the senior citizen. So,
Good.
hello uncle. I am Jay and I am new to this field and I was planning to like add some fleet of buses and start a new business and I'm very new to it. But recently I talked to one of the expert who was already in the business and he was saying like there was a problem like pain points where from the people like normally those seated, those are allotted to senior citizens like went vacant normally because normally senior citizens are less and that times the seats will be empty and it affects the revenue. So like I want to solve this problem and as a senior citizen I want to know your view. What you want to tell me?
If you ask me like that, that is really a good problem. The thing is, as a senior citizen, if I get a place to sit, you know, I am over 80.
Okay.
So I have back pain.
Yeah.
I have pain here in my knees.
Yeah, I can understand.
So it is very sad to stand. But if I see some children sit there, and if it is a long journey, it would be better that I get some place to sit.
Okay.
But the problem is, like what you have said, if I have only to travel a little, this distance, then I would mind standing. It's up to the people.
Okay, so still I would like to ask you, would you allow that there should an system that there are seats allotted to senior citizens or we should like completely remove that? What will be your choice as senior citizen?
If you ask me, as a senior citizen, I would say I would like to have some space that I could occupy in a bus. But the thing is, you can reduce the amount of seats.
Okay.
If that's the case, where the seats are empty. If the seats are empty, you can reduce the amount of seats. That would may help you.
Okay. And what about like a system where like we allow the people to sit in the seats of senior citizen, But when the senior citizen comes or asked to stand up, and they need to stand up, and it's necessary. Like, what is your opinion about this kind of a system?
Do you think that people will stand?
Like, it's necessary. If not, they will get fined.
If that's the case, it's a good idea. But I don't think that the people will stand for an old man like me.
Okay, fine. Thank you, uncle. Thank you so much for your opinion.
Thank you, beta.
Jay, please stay there. Thank you. You did a wonderful job. Now, thank you. Very good. Jay will stay here. Now, you are someone who is actually flying the bus every day, right? You're not old. आप जैसे हैं वैसे, but you're flying the bus every day. She is someone जो रोज bus service को avail करती है. She's not old, right? But then she avails bus service every day. There is some information you can get from her as well, right? ठीक है, आप लोग decide कर ले 1-2 minutes and then do it. Now there is this third scenario where he's Jay, and there is one passenger who commutes every day in these buses, right? So there is some information which this aspiring entrepreneur can get from her also, right? So what are we basically doing is we are having a perspective from everybody to identify our problem very correctly. So मुझे आपके inputs चाहिए होंगे. Ma'am, after this, I want inputs. Yeah. After this, thank you. Center. No, the scenario is let's focus on old citizens. Please.
Hello. So, can I just introduce?
Hello.
Just introduce your role. Who are
My name is Sanaya Nayak, and I will be playing the role of a female
Commuter who is commuting the bus.
Yeah,
a normal
every day,
traveler.
playing that role. And he's Jay.
And I will be the J. Okay. So, hi Sanaya.
Hello, Jay.
So I am Jay, and I was like planning to start a new business and related to the bus thing and all. I was starting to like add some fleets of buses, but I'm really confused with the idea. Like, there's a pain point that I get to know that there are, like, in the buses there are 10% seats that is already allotted to the senior citizens, right? And sometimes what happens, the senior citizens travel very less compared to other people, and that seats get like vacant. Seats go vacant, right? And we can also do that. Like, we can completely remove that seats and make it general seats, because senior citizens are also our main customers and we need to respect them as well. So as a normal traveler, as a normal female young traveler, I want to ask your opinion. What can we do, and what will you suggest as a beginner startup owner for?
See, Jay, I believe that when I'm traveling, like I'm into corporate and I'm coming from office like in the evening and it's late evening, and I'm really in that need to sit, when I'm really tired in the office and now I really want to sit at some seat. So I see that like the old citizens, the vacant seat, but I am like not allowed to sit there. So that is like giving us problem for us also, like as a group of friends we all just have to stand and go. So I can say that if we can reduce some seats, or we can keep the kind of assurance that if the seats are vacant, so it can be given to the female candidate as well. So I believe
Okay.
that can work.
So does it that we should only give to the female candidates, or it should be given to male candidates as well? Because there are already seats allotted to female. I think normally 5 to 10% is already allotted to female. So
I
what's
believe
the-
in normal bus, if we see that, most of the time we are not getting that opportunity to seat,
Okay.
sit somewhere.
Okay.
And like after the rush hours or in the evening, so it's problematic for every of the women. And I'm seeing that like while there are some girls, like some ladies, those who are pregnant as well.
Yeah.
So they are also facing this problem that if the seats are reserved for the old citizens, so they are also not allowed to sit. So I believe that this can be considered by like when you're going to keep this option in your business model, then this can be considered.
Yeah, so whenever the senior citizen comes in, so like you guys will stand up and give the seats.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, it should be a good idea.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sanya.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Please, maybe somebody else. Okay. You enjoyed their performance? Okay, so let us now answer certain questions. We had 3 scenarios, right? Ek mein we had Jay, and then there was a bus conductor. So, and another, there was a Jay, and there was also a senior citizen, just say information league. And then third, there was the commuter who commutes every day to in that particular bus, in those buses. And then what Jay was trying to do. What did Jay do? Survey. Okay. आपको लग रहा है जो भी सवाल जय ने पूछे among these 3 groups, 3 people, right? So did he empathize with let's understand first, who is the customer? Is there a problem at all first? Huh? Is there a problem? Okay. Who says that this is a problem? Please raise your hand. Very, very good. देखो कितनी problem identification तो हो गई, अब सिर्फ मॉडल बनाना है. Okay, what's the problem in your opinion? क्या problem है? माइक दे दीजिए इनको.
हेलो. तो जो भी 3 सिनेरियोज हुए, जो मैंने प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई किया, शायद जय ने देखी नहीं देखी, मैं समझ नहीं पाया, बट जो मुझे लग रही है प्रॉब्लम्स जहाँ पे थी, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कंडक्टर की तरफ से प्रॉब्लम थी रश आवर्स की, सीट वैकेंट ना देख पाने की कि सीट है नहीं है, लोग जा रहे हैं. तीसरा है टिकट सिस्टम की. सेकेंडली ओल्ड एज जब आए तो उनका था कि कुछ फाइन वाइन का जो सीन था, जय ने बोला था कि फाइन. दूसरा था कि स्लो को उठना चाहिए, मतलब आने पे बैठना, जो सीट शुड बी रिड्यूस्ड. It was there. And third was जब फीमेल मैम आई कि जो सीट्स है उनके नहीं होती फीमेल्स के लिए, these are problems. तो जो मैंने पाया, जो
what's the problem?
The problem is that the main problem is the traditional design of buses. It's a major problem for all over country because the traditional design of buses है वो बहुत ज्यादा कॉम्पैक्ट होता जा रहा है. जैसे कि डीजल से पेट्रोल सीएनजी में जैसे ही हम बसेस पे आ रहे हैं वो कॉम्पैक्ट होता जा रहा है, जिसके से कंडक्टर एंड ऑल द पैसेंजर्स शुड बी हैव टू बी सर्वाइव्ड. उन्हें उसकी वजह से प्रॉब्लम हो रही है बहुत ज्यादा.
Okay. Anybody else who would like to add on? Yes. Is there a problem at all which Jay should actually try to solve? Is there a problem? And if yes, what's the problem?
एक्चुअली मैम मैनेजमेंट में प्रॉब्लम है. जो हम लोग का कंडक्टर मैनेज कर रहा है चीजों को, उसको ये मैनेजमेंट स्किल्स होनी चाहिए कि जब कोई पैसेंजर आ रहा है, अगर सीट वैकेंट है ओल्ड एज की तो प्रोवाइड करा दे, बात खत्म इस चीज में. लेकिन अगर हम लोग ये कहें कि हम लोग उस सीट्स को कम कर दें तो वो भी इशू क्रिएट करेगा ओल्ड एज के लिए.
No, let us not focus on solution first. Let us focus on is there a problem at all? See, let's understand the scenario. Jay is an aspiring entrepreneur who wants to operate a fleet of buses, right? अब इसको ये है कि मुझे buses, fleet of buses run करनी है, say for example लखनऊ में, right? And now अब इसमें क्या करना है, right? तो इसने सर्च करना शुरू कर दिया, बसेस में कम्यूट करना शुरू किया. ही ऑब्जर्व वन कॉमन ट्रेंड इन ऑल बसेस, राइट? तो वो ट्रेंड क्या थी? जो सीट्स डेडिकेटेड थी फॉर सीनियर स्टूडेंट्स, सीनियर सिटीजंस, दे वर नॉट गेटिंग फिल्ड. सो समथिंग ट्रिगर्ड, कोई ट्रिगर तो उसको मिला ना, एंड दे इनएक्टेड एंड देन ही स्टार्टेड कलेक्टिंग इंफॉर्मेशन. सो द प्रॉब्लम इज व्हाट? Seats are already vacant. Seats are vacant. They are not getting fulfilled.
मैम एक्चुअली रेवेन्यू की प्रॉब्लम आ रही है कि रेवेन्यू कम हो रहा है उस चीज से.
रेवेन्यू कम हो रहा है. ओके. As okay. Anybody else? Who is the customer? Who can be the customer? हाँ.
Customer.
कौन?
मैम एक्चुअली देखिए जो मेन प्रॉब्लम सबके सामने है कि रेवेन्यू सिस्टम में इफेक्ट हो रहा है क्योंकि सीट वेकेंट रह जा रही है और लोग जो जिनको सीट मिल सकती है उनको
Is there any opportunity there?
यस एक्चुअली
What?
लाइक अगर हम लोग सीट्स की जिसकी हम लोग सीट जो मैनेजमेंट की है कि अगर किसी को अगर नीडी पर्सन है और सीट वेकेंट है तो उसको प्रोवाइड करा दे कंडक्टर. ये बेसिकली एक मैनेजमेंट प्रॉब्लम है.
See, he collected all that information from three groups of people, from three groups of people, basically, right? उनके interaction की basis पे, having interaction with senior citizen, with conductor, with the commuter daily, could you identify there is something which needs to be addressed? चलिए, जब senior citizen के साथ conversation हुई, what were his inputs? जब senior citizen के साथ जय की conversation हुई, उन्होंने कुछ बहुत बातें कही, बहुत सी बातें कही, right? Can you use that information to identify that there is a problem, there is some problem which needs a solution, which needs our attention? अच्छा, किसी और को कोई problem दिखी? What's the problem in this entire scenario? हाँ बेटा, आप बताओ.
Talking about this scene where senior citizen was talking to Jay, the problem and the solution I found it was addressed in the same discussion. As per my remembrance, the senior citizen addressed that seats should be allotted, but until vacant, until any senior citizen is boarding the bus, it can be given or provided to someone else needy requiring the seat. Once any senior citizen comes to the bus, the seat should be vacant by him and provided to the senior citizen. Okay. Well and fine. After that, there was a discussion between Jay and a female commuter. And she addressed the problem that females are not being able to get seat very easily in rush hours, like after office hours. And she also addressed the point of pregnant ladies. Now there's a conflict. Let's say we have seat reserved for both categories, but there's only one seat left. There's a general reservation for ladies and elderly people. A section of seats are reserved, but there's just one seat left. And there's a pregnant lady on boarding the bus right at the moment, along with a senior citizen. So who will be provided the seat? That preferential management is a problem which I feel still exists after all the three conversations.
See, we are missing the point perhaps. So what I am trying to say is, जो भी आपने अभी सुना इन सब से, was there something which needs Jay's attention?
That was the point I was addressing. Like, how will he manage when that seat allotment has to be addressed in which manner depending upon the rush hour, and targeting that the revenue should not be affected.
He is an aspiring entrepreneur. He has to start a venture, right? He has not started yet.
So he has to lay down a flow of working right while he starts his venture.
Okay.
He has to lay down that, the bus management will work in such and such flow. The revenue management will work in such and such flow. So that has to be pre-decided.
Okay. So आप भी कुछ कहना चाहेंगे, प्लीज बताएं. इनको माइक दे, इनको प्लीज माइक दे दे.
According to my point of view, Jay should provide 10% discount for senior citizens.
Okay, 10% discount for senior citizens. Okay. What? जी. You were Jay, old man. Okay, old man is the best person to answer. Okay, tell me. Problem बताया पहले, फिर solution. Okay.
So the problem was that there were too many, vacant seats. That's were vacant for the senior citizens, right? So I was hoping that Jay could do one thing. It's the era of digitalization. Right, so people can book buses online now. So why can't he create a platform, or if there is already a platform, he can book the seat with preferable seat with that platform. But at the same time, if there is a senior citizen booking it, then there is an option for priorities. Prioritize करेंगे उसको. So that's a solution, right?
Okay. So first of all, we need to understand ये जो seats vacant रहती है, as you आपके points सारे well taken. So हमें क्या समझना है इसके? What is the problem? If seats are already there, but senior citizens are not taking it, ये vacant क्यों रहती है, right? So first of all, we need to understand: do senior citizens need it at first? उनको चाहिए, अगर चाहिए, right, is there something which we can do? Maybe there's some problem, as someone rightly said, there's some problem in bus. Can you provide a different bus for that reason? और अभी आपने देखा बाहर, मुझे बता रहे थे फराज कि बाहर कोई ये था वेंचर, कोई स्टार्टअप एग्जीबिशन में थी, तो दे वे टॉक, बाहर ही था, हाँ, दे वे टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस स्टार्टअप जहां पे सिर्फ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन नहीं दे रहे वो इन यूएस फॉर सीनियर सिटीजन, दे आर ऑल्सो प्रोवाइडिंग एन असिस्टेंट, राइट, जो असिस्टेंट बुकिंग से लेके आवरली बेसिस पे उनको चार्ज करके टू टेक केयर ऑफ देयर एंटायर थिंग, राइट? So this can be an opportunity or cannot be an opportunity depending on the discussions we had. For example, as this old man said that we would love to have buses. This is, ये तो एक respondent का demo है. In this way, you will have to go and survey whatever triggers you, right? You want actually a fleet of buses, लेकिन buses में क्या? करेक्ट लोगों के पास जाएं, उनसे इंफॉर्मेशन ले. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इफ विदाउट डूइंग दिस सर्वे, विदाउट डूइंग दिस एक्सरसाइज, जय विल स्टार्ट अ फ्लीट ऑफ बसेस, राइट? एंड देन ही विल फेस द सेम प्रॉब्लम कि वो जो, एंड देन दैट विल कॉल अपॉन हिज रेवेन्यू एंड एवरीथिंग. बट देन मे बी जो दूसरी की प्रॉब्लम है वहां पे उसको कोई अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले, ही मे सेट अप a venture related to these old people or something like that. But while interviewing, while doing this, do you think जो भी जय था, he needs, as Faraz already said, you need to empathize with the customer, right? जो old यहाँ आए थे, senior citizen आए थे, for that you need to understand, you need to कि ये problem है भी कि नहीं है problem, ठीक है? अगर मैं सोचा, मैंने idea सोचा मैं इस sector में buses ये fleet करूंगा, first we need to identify कितना, is it a pain point for him? As I told you, जैसे Dyson की example मैंने दी, there was a pain point, so you need to identify that pain point also. So who is the customer? In this case, old citizens may or may not be your customers, depending on the interview you get, right? Maybe old log बोले कि हमें घर में रहना पसंद है, हम नहीं जाएंगे सब्जियां लेने, let some other person do it or something like that. So you will just move back. अगर आपके दिमाग में ये हो गया, no, I should not think about it, maybe I should think about something else in this industry. कस्टमर की मेन प्रॉब्लम्स क्या है, क्या डिजाइन में कोई प्रॉब्लम है? हाँ, नाउ फॉर एग्जांपल फ्रॉम दिस इंटरव्यूज यू गेट, यस देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम, दे नीड बसेस, लेकिन बसेस का डिजाइन अच्छा नहीं है, दे नीड एन असिस्टेंट और सम सॉर्ट ऑफ इनपुट्स यू गॉट फ्रॉम दिस पर्टिकुलर रोल प्ले. फ्रॉम ओल्ड मैन यू गॉट लॉट ऑफ इनपुट्स. अब ये जो है, ये इनपुट्स इस्तेमाल करके you now what according to you are the main problems, कौन सी प्रॉब्लम्स को इनको सॉल्व करना है? अगर बस का स्टेप ऊपर है तो what can I do if I operate these buses? Identify the job to be done. This is a very important concept while identifying the problem. Job to be done means कि customer, for example, in case of Dyson, what was job to be done? Job to be done was जो frustration customers experience कर रहे थे, right? With that clogging of dust particles and everything, right? उसके लिए technology चाहिए थी. I will pay only if that particular need of mine is solved. अगर मुझे बार बार वैक्यूम क्लीनर को साफ ना करना पड़े, I will pay because I will have convenience of that. That is, you need to understand what is the job which needs to be done, but from customer's perspective, not from your perspective. Where from will you get that perspective? By doing all this exercise. So सिर्फ old ये नहीं, old citizen नहीं, then you got different views because that particular lady is traveling that bus. She also will say कि उसने अपने point of views दिए. Maybe you will just come up from old to women. Maybe you will come up with a specific sector. Let me do something about the commute of pregnant women. Right? The domain I was talking about, the industry I was talking about, right? Bus services देनी है. अब इधर when you get the inputs from more and more people, the more data you will get and the more proper identification आपको problem. Maybe senior citizens के लिए बस ही नहीं करनी है. I should think of something else. Fine. So job to be done. मुझे किसके लिए मुझे customers पैसे देंगे? उसकी कौन सी need satisfy हो रही है? In case of Dyson, मेरी कौन सी नीड सेटिस्फाई हो रही थी? मेरी फ्रस्ट्रेशन कम हो रही थी रोज रोज की उसको साफ करने की, राइट? जब वो कम हो रही थी, I'll pay. Your business will run. So इसी तरीके से जब आप सोचोगे प्रॉब्लम को लेके, when you will identify that particular problem very correctly, then there are takers. There are takers who will, by offering reserved seats, what job currently was getting done. You need to understand all these questions, and more important, you need to understand what is the market size. अगर आप लखनऊ में दे रहे हैं, so how many old people are there? I teach research also. I just cannot emphasize enough the importance of research. That exercise we did here, that's basically the research, the information which we are getting. And I strongly believe, जो मैं अभी बोल रही थी boom and bust enterprises जो है, I did a small survey in Kashmir, जो छोटे-छोटे startups आ गए, 2-3 साल के बाद खत्म हो गए. The thing where they were not identifying, they were not doing research at first. They were not doing exercises like this. When they were not doing exercises like this, एक साल के बाद उनको कोई अता पता नहीं रहता था. So you also need to identify the industry and market size and all other questions while identifying your problem. Okay. Okay. Now, समझ में आ गया what problem identification is all about? Now tell me, what is Uber solving? Uber, Ola. You have to fall in love with the problem. But what we do, we fall in love with the solution, with the idea. जब भी मैं कहीं जाती हूँ मैं बोलती हूँ कि ये आप लोग को बिजनेस करना है, मैम आइडिया ही नहीं है, कोई जरूरत ही नहीं है. तो अब प्रॉब्लम अगर समझ आएगी, आइडिया खुद ही आ जाएगा. ठीक है. सो यू विल हैव टू फॉल इन लव विद द प्रॉब्लम. व्हाट इज उबर क्या सॉल्व कर रहा है? हाँ. जी बताएं. हाँ, आई एम जस्ट आस्किंग कि उबर कस्टमर्स की कौन सी प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व कर रहा है. दैट्स जी.
It is solving the problem of providing luxury to the middle class people, and I'll say providing comfort to the lower middle class people by providing the car services.
Okay, thank
you. Those who can't own, they can use these services at a very cheaper rate.
Thank you.
It's very less than the rate of interest also.
Okay, let us listen from some other people also. हाँ जी.
एक्चुअली नाउअडेज उबर ने एक नया स्टार्ट करा है, उबर शटल करके. उसमें क्या है, दे आर प्रोवाइडिंग एसी बसेस एंड फर्स्ट 5 to 8 सर्विसेज जो उनकी होती हैं वो फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट होती हैं. उसमें ये है बेसिकली अगर हमें इस यूनिवर्सिटी से मेट्रो या कहीं पे भी जाना है तो वो बिल्कुल फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट मिलेंगी. दे हैव डिफरेंट पॉइंट्स आल्सो.
ओके, दैट इज ऐड ऑन दे आर गिविंग. सो व्हाट आई एम आस्किंग इज व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम. जब वो आई मार्केट में उबर, जैसे हमने अभी आइडेंटिफाई किया कि चलो हो सकता है हमें सेक्टर मिल गया सीनियर सिटीजन्स के लिए, हमें उस डिजाइन की बस करनी है, ये करनी है एंड ऑल दैट. उबर ने भी कोई ऐसी किसी प्रॉब्लम को सेंस किया होगा ना. दैट ओल्ड मैन वाज सेइंग कि मैं 80 साल का हूं, मैं मुझे बेंड करना नहीं आता. सो दैट वाज अ ट्रिगर फॉर यू, राइट? सेम वे उबर ने क्या प्रॉब्लम को सेंस किया कि उन्होंने ये वेंचर बनाया. दैट्स इट. हाँ जी.
जनरली क्या होता है कि हम whenever we are traveling ना, in case of problem of comfort नहीं रहता, बहुत धक्के खाने पड़ते जब भी हम बस में जाते हैं और बहुत रश भी रहता है, तो somewhere it's not convenient to transport, particularly in case of senior citizens, pregnant women, ladies. और उसके अलावा एक जो additional problem थी कि हमारे पास इतना इनकम नहीं होता कि sometimes lower middle class, जैसे मैम ने कहा कि we can't buy car, but we can have this feeling of sitting in a car and transporting या traveling in a car.
Thank you.
So that was the problem.
So the problem जो सबने बताया, let's sum it up. It's inconvenient to find a cab whenever and wherever I am, right? Uber से पहले there was no concept of cab on call. Was there any concept? No. So there was this need. काश ऐसा होता कि मैं फोन का बटन दबाती और गाड़ी आ जाती, राइट? मे बी उसके बाद आप कन्वीनियंस, लग्जरी एंड वो जो उन्होंने कहा शटर, फ्री सर्विसेज, दोज आर द एड-ऑन्स व्हिच केप्ट ऑन गोइंग and going because they have to in order to remain relevant. So solution, hail a car by pressing a button on your phone, right? It was not possible before Uber, but Uber made it possible, and it is such a successful venture because they identified the problem very correctly. और हो सकता है, see, the intelligence they have, हम लोग तो काश बोल रहे थे ना, काश, they got the sense of it, and then the model तो खैर आपको पता ही है how it is working, right? So problem, hotels leave you disconnected from the city, right? Tourists जब चले आते हैं कहीं पे भी, so that they feel like disconnection from the city and its culture. When you remain in hotels, there's a different type of an experience you get, right? But no easy way exists to book a home with a local or become a host. Price is an important concern for customers booking travel online. This is the problem, right? Hotels है, बहुत सारे hotels है, right? वो आपको एक different type का experience देते हैं, but then there are some people, there are some tourists who want different type of an experience. For example, कोई आता है वो कश्मीर के culture को देखना चाहता है. They are not interested in 5-star, 4-star hotels, right? But then they want to experience how do these people live? What is the culture they have? What is that samavar? What is that kangdi and all that? They want to have feel of all that. So there is a problem. Okay? So what is the solution to that? Alternative, for example, homestays. ठीक है, homestays का model जब आया वो तो तभी आया when tourists felt like we already live in 5-star hotels, we already have luxurious experience and all that. Now we want to see something different, we want to experience the culture. That's why homestays came into existence. So problem was कि वो experience उनको नहीं मिल रहा था जो उनको चाहिए होगा, right? Practo, क्या solve कर रहे हैं? क्या डॉक्टर ये ऐप है ना जिसपे हम बुकिंग अपॉइंटमेंट्स तो ओके व्हाई व्हाट ये है सॉल्यूशन है फॉर
lack of platform for booking appointments.
Okay, so the problem is it's hard to find the reliable doctor. Difficult to book time with them. जैसा आपने कहा बहुत बार जाना पड़ता था, appointment लेने जाना पड़ता था, and then reliable. They actually play their card on that. Those doctors are very गिने चुने doctors है, reliable है, and their model is running actually very well. So the problem is कि doctors नहीं मिलते, उनकी appointment नहीं मिलती थी जल्दी, right? And then those doctors were reliable or not, ये किसी ने सोचा नहीं, and then Practo came up with an online app that provides easy access to the doctors, healthcare providers. It's a one-stop shop. So let's conclude, where do these problems come from? Ideas come from by observing problems around you. How? You have to stay very curious. रोज देखो जो मैंने बताया, एक घर पे जाना, पिछला एक हफ्ते में मुझे क्या प्रॉब्लम्स हुई या मेरी दोस्त को क्या प्रॉब्लम्स हुई, राइट? उसके लिए सोल्यूशन होना चाहिए था. फॉर एग्जांपल प्रॉब्लम एज सिंपल एज जो डॉक्टर का अपॉइंटमेंट नहीं मिलना, राइट? तो इन प्रॉब्लम्स में हो सकता है कहीं ना कहीं पे आपका बिजनेस आइडिया छुपा हो. सिर्फ थोड़ा सा क्यूरियस रहने की जरूरत है एंड ऑब्जर्विंग एंड आस्किंग व्हाई नॉट. फाइन, ओके. This is what we have discussed, that how do you find the powerful ideas. उसका जो हमने आज बेस बनाया, आइडिया तो बाद की बात है. We have to identify the problem correctly. We'll have to be curious to observe the world around. मेरे घर वालों ने पोटैटो पीलर में उसकी वाइफ को प्रॉब्लम थी, राइट? तो मेरे घर वालों ने कोई ऐसी प्रॉब्लम है जिसके लिए सोल्यूशन होना चाहिए था लेकिन नहीं है. And then you will have to go for survey, have a micro perspective, have a macro perspective, do this sort of survey, staff interviewing and all that. So validate the problem. That means अगर senior citizens को लेके आप बस बना रहे हो, you need to get it certified with the horse's mouth itself. That means आपको जरूरी है उन customers को पूछना whether they would like to just relax at home or they need a bus for that commute. Fine. And उसके बाद आपके पास, I promise आपके पास बहुत सारे ideas आएंगे, right? Once you validate it and do all that thing. लेकिन हम लोग क्या करते हैं? उससे हमारे पास आइडिया ही नहीं है. कहाँ से आते हैं ये आइडियाज? ये आइडियाज आते हैं प्रॉपर प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफिकेशन से. फाइन, लेट्स डू अ क्विक, हमारे पास टाइम है थोड़ा सा. हाँ, these are क्या प्रॉब्लम है इन पिक्चर्स में? थोड़ा सा, हमारे पास कितना टाइम है? वो वाला लगाना है कैनवस, उसमें जाओ. एक का बोल दो जल्दी. We don't have much time. What's the problem in first one? Lack of educated facilities. Okay. Infrastructure issues. वही तो वो भी वही हो गया ना जो आपने अभी बताया. Okay, what else? रिसोर्सेस पहले वाले में ओके पनिशमेंट थर्ड नहीं फर्स्ट में और क्या प्रॉब्लम्स दिख रही हैं आपको सी एक पिक्चर है कितने पर्सपेक्टिव्स है ठीक है मैं इसको कैसे देख रही हूं जो आपने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कहा मुझे लग रहा है कि नेक ऐसे स्टेप हो जाएगी दिस कैन बी वन पर्सपेक्टिव सो वी हैव प्रॉब्लम्स अराउंड देयर इज अ नीड टू आइडेंटिफाई मैं आपको करेक्ट आंसर नहीं बोलूंगी वो आपके लिए असाइनमेंट है आप लोग को करेक्ट आंसर खुद ही देखना है राइट so there is a problem which you need to identify very correctly and then there is an idea which you can float as your business idea we will offer stock market training to college students ठीक है ऐसे आप जो हमने देखे हैं बिजनेस आइडियाज को इवैल्यूएट किया है ठीक है तो देयर वर सो मेनी स्टेटमेंट्स व्हिच वर देयर फॉर एग्जांपल वी विल ऑफर stock market training to college students is this a correct problem statement what is this is a solution okay so this is not a problem college students need to start saving and investing हाँ नहीं ये प्रॉब्लम है ना नहीं है okay no this is not okay new age investment apps are bringing young investors into market is this a problem ऐसे बोल रहे हो ना मैं तो बोल रही है प्रॉब्लम shall I tell you how is it a problem है प्रॉब्लम है
Ma'am, why they need app for that? They should have enough knowledge. Even like young investors, they run their own portfolios. So app is not required for that.
Okay.
Enough knowledge of stock and trading, and that should be awareness should be created for that.
Okay. So is this a problem? Despite their high interest, many college students lack the knowledge and discipline to invest well in stock market. Is this a problem?
Yes, it's a problem.
Problem है वो सब क्या है फिर ऊपर solution, right? So what mistake we do? We are obsessed about solutions. ठीक है हम ये करेंगे हम ये बिजनेस आइडिया करें लेकिन हमें पता ही नहीं होता है कि प्रॉब्लम है हम क्या सॉल्व करने चाहिए राइट सो एज आई सेड दैट वी हैव टू फॉल इन लव विद द प्रॉब्लम नॉट विद द solution will come later idea will come later but you need to identify and state your problem very correctly fine okay let's do a quick exercise this is a canvas जो आप लोगों कल जब हम मिलेंगे the first thing I will ask from you as a team is this canvas. आप जब यहाँ से जाएंगे, आप अपनी teams बैठोगे और उसके बाद इनमें जवाब I need answers related to your venture. So visual problem statement canvas. हमारे पास ज़्यादा time नहीं है. This is the problem statement canvas of Uber. No? हाँ. Problem statement canvas में first thing is context. ठीक है when does the problem occur जो मैंने आपको बताया अगर आप जाओगे और देखोगे पिछले हफ्ते आपके साथ अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम हुई कितनी बार हुई राइट कब हुई when did you experience that particular problem what is the root cause of that problem and alternatives is what do customers do now to fix that particular what is the solution what is the alternate thing available with the customers to address to that particular problem who has the problem most often emotional impact how does the customers feel is problem ko leke customers kaisa feel kar rahe and quantifiable impact is what is the measurable impact that is include units and alternative shortcomings so let's take an example of this Uber this is an Uber inka problem statement canvas jo hai ye hai for example when does the problem occur इन्होंने क्या किया व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट वी जस्ट सॉ अबाउट उबर क्या था प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट लेट मी टेक यू बैक Problem is, it's inconvenient to find a cab whenever and wherever I am. मुझे कैब नहीं मिलती बहुत आसानी से, जहां भी मैं हूं, जहां भी हूं, I do not get a, that means I don't have convenience of finding a transport at my own will. So when we try to formulate a canvas of this problem, when does the problem occur? Every work day in the morning and evening for 2 to 3 hours a day. No. Okay. So what is the root cause of the problem? Loss of time in traffic instead of doing something more valuable. This is not Uber. This is there is some problem with Uber now also, right? So we'll try to see what that problem is. Alternatives, what do customers do now? Sign up for Uber while coming to or going for work. Abhi customers kya karte hain? They sign up for Uber and go. Who has the problem most often? Young men and women between 25 to 35 age group living in suburban cities but need to travel to the city for work. Emotional impact, frustration. Uber जैसी apps को use करने से भी लोगों को अब कुछ problems होने लगी है. So these are the problems. 40 hours on an average. Alternative shortcomings. What are the disadvantages of the alternatives? Driving through Uber takes time. Trip origin and destination might not coincide with home, work, itinerary, expensive. So Uber once experienced a problem कि convenient transport नहीं था. They came up with this idea of having a transport on your fingertips, right? Now there is again something happening, right? Uber is expensive. Uber has number of problems. There are services available, लेकिन उसमें भी आप you can identify the problems. So let us understand ये canvas को what can be the possible problem statement for this. ये सारा चीजें है, context you already have. This problem occurs every day in the morning and evening. People waste time commuting to their workplaces and then signing up for Uber while coming. ये सारी चीजें जो है, there is this. Can we frame a problem statement? Many city office goers between the age group of 25 to 30 struggle to find the reliable and convenient transport options for their daily short distance travel from suburban to urban areas. Every week, 40 hours on an average per week lost. Existing mode of transport like paid Uber, public buses, personal vehicles are inefficient, crowded, and inconvenient for these commuters. Fine. So, ये जो हमारा canvas था, problem statement वाला canvas, we understood there is some context which we have. There is some problem which we are occurring, which is happening every day with us. So there is the statement which he came up with. This is the problem which is in our hand to solve. Right now, Uber is not doing justice, right? And also the crowded transport we have, we are still facing a problem. हमें 4 घंटे लगते हैं ऑफिस पहुंचने में, जाने में. Is there anything we can do about it, right? So this is the problem statement we need to frame for our respective ventures. Once you have articulated your problem, आपका next है one now you can think of an idea. Now you can think of a solution to fix this problem. Solution, we aim to enhance the accessibility and convenience of transportation. For commuters, reducing the reliance on personal vehicles, our solution will provide reliable and sustainable transportation options that provide the overall quality of life for city dwellers, right? So there are many problems like this. Lekin we need, this canvas will help us when we understand the context. What आपने कोई problem को experience किया अपनी personal life में, आपको को answer करना पड़ेगा ये problem हुई कब, मेरे साथ या मेरे साथ जो लोग related है उनके साथ. And then root cause क्या है, why is this problem at first place? Are there some alternative things available जो इस problem को solve कर रहे हैं, or I can offer something better to address that particular problem. जो already existing solutions है, जो already existing businesses है, उनसे काम नहीं हो रहा है, या अगर हो रहा है, you can just skip it or think of something else, right? Or if not, then think about what can be done. Customers, ये problem mostly किनको, that means you need to identify your customer segment. What emotional impact? As I told you, Dyson mein, what was the emotional impact? I was getting frustrated every day by doing that dusting. Block bar ho raha tha. It was taking toll on my emotional thing. So it was hitting me emotionally. Jo bhi aap problem solve kar rahe ho, what is the emotional impact of that? And quantifiable impact 40 hours. Ye jo problem hai, isse मेरा क्या वेस्ट हो रहा है, which I can measure. For example, commuting to long distances, क्या हो रहा है, मेरा वक्त बर्बाद हो रहा है. This is a practical problem I am facing, by the way, कि I travel 5 hours a day. I invest in this travel and everything. So that's quantifiable. 5 hours of day I lose every day. मेरे पास कोई alternative है नहीं. Maybe somebody may help. Alternative shortcomings, जो ऑलरेडी ऑल्टरनेटिव्स है उनमें क्या शॉर्टकमिंग्स में है जहां पे मैं वैल्यू ऐड कर सकता या जहां पे मैं वैल्यू ऐड कर सकती हूं, राइट? सो अगर मुझे इसको समराइज करना होगा पूरे प्रॉब्लम इसको, सी आवर बिजनेस डेफिनेशन सेज दैट देयर आर 3 थिंग्स जो आपको बहुत जरूरी अच्छे से समझनी है, राइट? आई डोंट हैव दैट वाइट मार्कर. वन थिंग इज दैट यू नीड टू हैव customer, you need to be very clear about customer groups. ठीक है, आप कौन से कस्टमर ग्रुप को, सेगमेंट विच विल बी टॉकिंग टुमारो, आप कौन से कस्टमर ग्रुप को टारगेट कर रहे हो, क्या बना रहे हो, किन के लिए बना. नंबर सेकंड इज कस्टमर फंक्शंस. व्हाट इज द नीड, यू जो कस्टमर्स की नीड है उनकी किस चीज को आप सॉल्व कर रहे हो. एंड थर्ड इज ऑल्टरनेट टेक्नोलॉजी. आप कौन सी टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करके आप उस नीड को और उस पर्टिकुलर ग्रुप को cater कर सकते हो. I'll give you an example. For example, every one of us use watch. आप घड़ी पहनते हैं, right? See my watch, it's a very classic watch. बहुत पुराने मॉडल की वॉच है, right? Why? Because my preference is this. Watch अभी बनती है. For example, customer group में आप देख सकते हो, अगर मुझे वॉच बनानी है, ये वॉच में फीमेल्स के लिए बनाऊं, मेल्स के लिए बनाऊं, किड्स के लिए बनाऊं. Once you're clear about that I need to make this watch for females, ठीक है? Then customer functions में आपका आएगा. So what function actually this watch will serve to that female group? ठीक है, ये वॉच जो पहन रही है फीमेल्स, इज इट फॉर एस्थेटिक पर्पस? यानी कि अगर एस्थेटिक पर्पस होगा, मेरी वॉच का डिजाइन जो होगा वो ब्रेसलेट टाइप का होगा. देयर विल बी फ्लावर्स, देयर विल बी डायमंड्स, देयर विल बी सो मेनी थिंग्स. Because maybe if I belong to that particular group, आपको clear होना पड़ेगा. Am I targeting that aesthetic वाला group or I am targeting smart watch we have? If I am health conscious, I would love to have a smart watch. यानी कि you will just go and you have to be very clear about which group, which function. Aesthetics, smartwatch, or some basic classic, right? And then I talked about third thing. That's what alternate technology. What technology are you going to use in making this watch? अब जब मैंने टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करी, ठीक है, so what comes in? मशीन लर्निंग आना चाहिए, डेटा आना चाहिए, डेटा साइंस और वो सारी चीजें आनी चाहिए, राइट? लेकिन द थिंग इज टेक्नोलॉजी इज नॉट ओनली दैट, मशीन लर्निंग, डेटा एंड एवरीथिंग. Technology is the way you're doing your things, how you are actually operationalizing, how you make things work. Right? If that is, technology can be a very differentiator, बहुत बड़ा differentiator आपका बन सकता है कि आप कैसे काम कर रहे हो. That's it. For example, watch में अंदर लिखा होता था पहले quartz the technology they were using to make that particular watch, right? So as a startup, जो भी आप aspirants हो, आप लोग को इन 3 चीजों को लेके बहुत clear रहना है. And then when you got an inkling of the problem, there is a problem, you can think from these 6 perspectives कि context क्या है problem का root cause क्या है, alternatives available है या नहीं है, customers कौन है, और ये जो आपने pain point को identify करा, that this is the problem. What's the problem here? Problem is कि बहुत ज्यादा वक्त बर्बाद होता है. Emotional impact is कि I feel frustrated while traveling 5 hours a day. And then also there is some quantifiable time भी मेरा ये खराब हो रहा है. And what are the alternative shortcomings, disadvantages of the alternatives? ये सारी problems को solve करने के लिए Uber is there, Ola is there, but then there are shortcomings of that Uber and Ola. What is that? That's expensive for some. That's expensive. दूसरी shortcoming क्या है? they were more unsafe, right? If we go on counting many things, there is a problem. Uber अपने ज़माने में जो था से अभी भी है, अभी उन्होंने जब प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई करी, आगे आगे जाके you have lot of opportunities. You can think of something कि जहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम एग्जिस्ट कर रही है, and then use that micro and micro perspective lens. Now what you will do before coming tomorrow, ये तो ये how many people face this problem, do my solution make a big difference, ये सारी बातें हमने की. The big why am I pursuing this opportunity? For example, मैंने ये सोच लिया that I'm going to make a watch, but why am I pursuing this opportunity? Was it an experience that I went through? अभी जो पिछले हमने देखा, क्या मेरा, जैसे मैंने कहा, I personally face it. I invest, अब मैं waste करती हूँ 5 घंटे travel में, ठीक है? So maybe this can be very close to me. Or for example, I'm very passionate about education. ठीक है, अगर मुझे कल को स्टार्टअप करना होगा, I will not think of manufacturing watches or giving Uber like or that stuff. I may think of having a quality educational institute. That's why I feel passionate about. That's where I can contribute. So is it close to me? आपको ये एड्रेस करना है, जो भी आपकी प्रॉब्लम्स है, जो भी आपके बिजनेस वेंचर्स है, आपको ये देखना है मेरे क्लोज, how closely I feel about it. If you feel about it, then nobody can stop you. Based on prevailing conditions in the habitat, environment or ecosystem, ये जो भी प्रॉब्लम मैंने आइडेंटिफाई करी है, जो भी आपका बिजनेस वेंचर है, ये कहाँ, इज इट इन योर हैबिटेट, एनवायरनमेंट और इकोसिस्टम, बेस्ड ऑन पर्सनल स्किल्स, या मेरे पास कोई स्किल है, मेरे पास कोई ट्रेनिंग है, मेरे पास कोई फील्ड ऑफ स्टडी है, दैट्स व्हाई आई एम इंटरेस्टेड इन दिस पर्टिकुलर प्रॉब्लम, इन टू फाइंड द सॉल्यूशन ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर प्रॉब्लम. What is the problem? So what we learned today is, जो भी आपके ventures है, already you told me that we are different teams, जो भी आपके ventures है, you will have to find out कि मेरे, what is the problem my venture is solving, ठीक है? For example, he said milk dispenser, ठीक है? So what is the problem he was solving? जो packets है, tetra packs and plastic packs and all that, that was creating a lot of trash, and then he was trying to find a solution for that milk thing. So that you have to understand कि मेरा venture जो है, but problem that's solving. Did we use empathy principle? Empathy principle means हमने customers से पूछा, हमने देखा उनको चाहिए या नहीं चाहिए. Did we do that? How many problem interviews have been conducted? The thing we did here. ठीक है, कितने problem interviews? We want to dig deeper into this problem. And जो मेरा perspective है, I want to get it checked from all the stakeholders, right? To convert it into an idea, probably. Is the idea or problem a venture has identified a problem worth solving? Identification of a problem is not enough. You have to see whether this problem is worth solving or not, क्योंकि उसको solve करने में आपके बहुत सारे resources and all that, उसको साथ साथ देके whether that problem is relevant in today's context. I gave you example कि मार्कर का मुझे 12 साल पहले प्रॉब्लम लग रहा था, लेकिन अगर हम उसको अभी सॉल्व करने बैठे, will that work? That will not work, because there is, यहाँ पे भी नहीं है, there is no whiteboard, there is no marker. If this problem would have been solved 12 years ago, तो हो सकता था बहुत अच्छा बिजनेस होता, right? अगर मैं आज मार्कर की प्रॉब्लम्स की डिजाइन पे ये करने बैठूं, तो I will fetch nothing, because वो non-existent हो गए. Fine. So you have to be very clear about जो भी problem है, is it worth solving or not worth solving. As you walk out of the door, what you need to do is, teams तो already बन चुके हैं, I understand, I believe जो भी आपने बताया है. You just have to get this canvas filled. जो भी आपका idea है, you will have to find out when does this particular problem occur. ठीक है, जो भी जैसे इन्हें बोला मिल्क डिस्पेंसर का, he is a hostelier, he identified that particular problem in this context. What is the root cause of the problem? And alternatives, customers, emotional impact. You need to fill this canvas with respect to your problem. Fine. कल जब हम मिलेंगे, every team should have this canvas with you. We'll start our discussions with this canvas only. Okay? ठीक है? Any question, any confusion, anything? कुछ पूछना चाहेंगे आप? Okay, thank you so much.
Just one tip actually to who will be working on this canvas. So the tip is that you start, please last slide.
You start with the context first, then you move downwards. Okay? Context, then for whom the problem is happening, then you move to the problem exact. Okay? List down only top 2-3 things here, 1, 2, 3, point wise. Okay? Then come to the emotional impact. What, with this problem, what is happening? Emotional impact, like ma'am said, it can be frustration, anxiety, or whatever the feeling is. So just note down the top feeling, 1 or 2. Okay? Quantifiable impact, for all the problems, it might not be possible to quantify everything. Okay? But if you can, in terms of numbers, okay, maybe say someone was talking about agri-tech startup, कि वो इतना vegetable loss होता है, सब होता है. There is data out there. Okay? Just Google data, you will find something quantifiable and you can write this according to what your context is. Then, what are the alternatives which are existing? Top 3, just. There might be 5, 6, but you think the closest ones. 1, 2, 3, and then in those alternatives, what are the main shortcomings? 1, 2, 3. Okay, just do it vertically. 1 from here, and then here. It will be easier for you. Okay, and by this time, I think most of you have received the emails. Who have not received the emails, please contact the volunteers. They will note down your email IDs. And by tonight, everyone should have formed the ventures on the platform. And like ma'am said, tomorrow we will start with this. Okay, thank you.
And we want a statement like this. After this canvas also, ये जो आप नीचे देख रहे हो green वाला जो है, we want a statement, however raw it is, right? We are here to refine that. लेकिन आपको कुछ तो raw material देना पड़ेगा, ठीक है? Because you know what your business idea is, you know what you are going to do, right? गलत भी होगा, कुछ भी होगा, but then we need something raw, which we will help कि हम आपको उसका refine. Along with that canvas, we need this problem statement also. आप किस चीज को जो है solve करना चाह रहे हो, ठीक है? Then we can have a fruitful day. कल we can move on forming the business model, lean canvas, and everything. Okay? Thank you. Volunteers, please take their details. ठीक है? इनको group में add कर लीजिए. Do all that stuff.
Each volunteer, please note down the name of 10 teams. Okay. And those of you who have not registered, please register it. Start the process now. Okay. And if you are having any problem, you can ask. There is a video as well as our PDF file showing the steps.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening session. Ma'am, I would like to request you to stay a while. And I would like to request Dr. Nida Fatma, ma'am, Director of ISFCET, to present the university memento to Dr. Irfana Rashid, ma'am, as a token of gratitude and appreciation. Okay. So I would like to make an important announcement. There will be a feedback form on the group. So kindly check that feedback form and give the feedback. And it is necessary and compulsory for every participant every day. And I repeat, there is a feedback form on the WhatsApp group. So every participant has to fill that form and give your feedback. I would like to reflect my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Ahmed Faraz and Dr. Irfana Rashid for sharing their expertise and guiding us through these enlightening sessions, I request my audience to give a huge round of applause to both experts. As we reach the end of today's session, I'd like to leave you with an inspiring thought by N.R. Narayan Murthy, the co-founder of Infosys and a pioneer in entrepreneurship. Growth is painful, change is painful, but nothing is as painful as staying stuck where you do not belong. Let these words remind us that while the journey of entrepreneurship may be challenging, it is only through growth and change that we can truly achieve success and make an impact. So let's embrace the discomfort, push forward, and continue striving to bring our ideas to life. Thank you all your participation and enthusiasm today. Remember, innovation is not just a destination, but a continuous journey. Let's continue to challenge ourselves and push the boundaries of what's possible. With that, I officially conclude today's program. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow for another new, fresh, exploring a new day. Have a wonderful evening. We'll meet tomorrow again at 8:45 a.m. and we will be starting a new session at 9 a.m. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the dignitaries and my participants.